starting from the the earliest known example of of a fossilized human hominid skeleton found anywhere in West Africa was discovered in Yoruba land, which was it was dated to 13,000 years ago, or 11,000 years before 11,000 years BC before Christ, and it was found at a place known as a cave rather known as Iwoeleru, uh, which is in the present day Ondo State, is in a small town or village called Ishanu, not very, very far from Akure. It was in this place that, together with the skeletons, some other charcoals and burnt fragments of other things were discovered. So it's the earliest example of a fossilized hominid sample or an ancestor of modern humans anywhere in the entirety of West and Central Africa. So you can see that if we even if we want to go into prehistory, the history of human or human-like habitation um, traces back to a very, very long time in this part of the world. Fast forward to periods like you know 2000, um, 1960 years before Christ. There have been examples of potsherds um, and crucibles that have been dated to that particular time period that have been excavated um, in various locales in and around Ileife, which is believed by we, the Yoruba people, to be the cradle of not only Yoruba civilization but human existence as a whole. We have examples of the Ife stone monoliths, examples of them being the popular Okbaramiya, also there in Ife, that has also been dated to so many years ago. We have, examples from periods like 800 to 1000 AD, which has been described by archaeologists as the Ife pavement era or the pavement period of Ile-Ife, where pot shards, ceramic pot shards pavement were used in the tiling of courtyards and passageways, and terracotta brick blocks were also used in the paving of the streets. So you can see that this was a period when Ife, as the cradle and center of Yoruba civilization, had already begun to experience some form of high level organization. We have periods like 1000 AD, uh, which has been described as the classical period of Ife. This it's often referenced as the period when the classical period of the earliest Yoruba civilization began. Some of the hallmarks of this classical period included development of an urban capital with concentric embankments or moats to surround the city of Ife. There were also life-sized terracotta sculptures, as well as copper and brass sculptures with detailed and very, very idealized naturalism. As such, as the population grew in places like Ife, you know, other walls were built. A second wall was built in Ife during this classical period as well. Um, so the I already talked about the occurrence of those potsherd pavements in virtually every part of the area. Um, you know, which constituted the living space within these inner and outer walls that surrounded the city. So we have, more archaeological examples point towards charcoal samples from places, archaeological locations like Woyi Ashiri compound and Obalara's land in Ife that dates back to the 11th century. And one of the most stupendous finds of them all would be that which was made at a place known as Igbo Olokun on the northern periphery of Ile-Ife, where glass production was already taking place. This glass production started in the 11th century AD. And Ife was the third place in the world where glass was indigenously invented without input from outsiders. So it was an indigenously, it's something that grew. It's a spontaneous invention of an indigenous civilization in sub-Saharan Africa. A place. Sorry, yeah.
Can I quickly interject, Mr. White Lion?
Okay, yeah, sure.
Oh, thank you for that background. Before we continue, Mr. Backchannel, check the back channel, Mr. White Lion. So before we continue, I want to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Goddess. So Dr. Goddess is our guest on here, and I hope you can invite your cycle because we are all learning here. So Dr. Goddess, before I pass this to Mr. Bonka again to continue, I just want to welcome you and I give you like 30 seconds to say hello to us.
Okay, sure. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, there's a lot going on, as you all know. I've been largely in these Ukraine and Russia rooms and trying to sort out what's happening. Uh, so yeah, there's been a lot going on. Um, and I had one question: is Bonka the only historian here that is going to be presenting on slavery?
No, it's
No,
not.
no, no, no,
Okay.
not only me. You don't trust me.
Well, I told you I did have to correct some of the misinformation that you were sharing.
That's okay,
I
Dr. Goddess. We have White Lion, we have Olukotun, and we have other people are going to join us, and you're going to see how this is going to be very, very accurate and as sincere. We have already prepared for this, so you have nothing to worry about. But
Okay.
Gunka is the lead historian,
All right. Well, thank you very much. And I'll be here listening with my friend Damani.
uh,
Okay,
and you are welcome
so
on board.
All
before
right.
we go on, let's teach Dr. Goddess how to greet in Yoruba when she comes to our stage, right?
You tell us that Eku Ileo. Can you say that, Dr. Goddess?
Akun Leo. Is that what it is?
Eku Ileo.
Ekun Leo.
Ẹ káàbọ̀ o.
So
Ekabo.
we'll tell you Ekabo, which means
Ẹ
welcome. Ekule
káàbọ̀.
does not have any translation in English. So that is really unique.
No
and
problem.
Bonka, over to you, sir.
Yes, Dr. Goddess, don't worry. We'll end up as good friends. We'll even go for lunch someday here in the States. I promise you.
Oh,
But so okay, now let's dig in and go straight into today. So the slavery in Africa, Atlantic slavery of native Africans, the history started with the arrival of the Portuguese. And I would say Europeans, but with an emphasis on the Portuguese first. Then the Spanish guys showed up, the French guys showed up, and of course the British showed up. And um, they they took the coastal lines, many coastal lines across the coast of Africa, including the Cape Verde Islands, the Forcados Island, which was close to Nigeria, and the Equatorial Guinea. Those are all three islands. And from this basis, they started to kind of do a lot of manipulation of the politics of the interiors. So there were so many kings, especially like the king of Congo, the king of Benin, and some other kings on the interiors that refused their request for the trade in slaves. So what they did is to help in creating cities along the coastal lines with natives they supported to break away from the larger factions. So in those times, like you can see, there was a homage paid to Olokun before the start of this session. People, Africans did not like to live too close to the coastal regions. And there were two main reasons for this. First, it was a spiritual reason. People don't like to disturb Olokun. So they had their houses more in the on the interiors because the spirits of the sea should not be disturbed with too much interactions with humans. And the other reason is that the lands across the coast were not so productive for farming. They were not really that much of a fertile land. So most of the cities that emerged by the coast did so with the help of Europeans, and they survived mainly on slavery. Let me mention two of them in the Nigerian like in what we would call Nigeria today. And the first one would be the Shekiri Kingdom. There was a Shekiri Kingdom that was founded on an island. I believe it's called Wari today, if I'm correct. I'm not, but the Portuguese helped them to set up that kingdom when the Oba of Benin rejected a treaty with them to trade slaves. So what they did now is that, which is something we're going to discuss in throughout the. So when white people get into somewhere and they want to kind of disrupt the foundations of the place, they usually create a house Negro concept, and those are the mulattoes. So they will interbreed and then create a new breed of people that are not, they are lower than the whites but higher than the blacks. And so they will now become their house Negroes to do a lot of things that we'll break it down there when we get there. But they created this. So I'm not saying this to be disrespectful to the Shakiri, and it's not in context to that. So let me put that caveat. But they intermingled with the Shakiri nobility, including the ruling family. They mixed the race of the Shakiris and the Portuguese together. Who is that? Please mute your mic. So there were a lot of mulatto hybrids that were created to in that region. So these are those subgroups that are not full Africans that I spoke about. The concept was also used by the Portuguese in the West African island of Sao Tome to enforce their will. They did not have enough manpower to enforce the people on the island, and that was one of their first plantations for sugarcane. So, with the blessing of the Pope and their king at that time, they took the local women and how do I put this? They forced themselves on them. Let me put it that way. On many of them, and this led to the emergence of a mulatto class in the South Tome region that enforced the will of the white Europeans on the island through special privileges that they were granted that made them look better than the blacks, than their black brothers, but not up to the whites who were in most parts their parents. So if you look at the Shakiri kingdom, it was really interbreed. In fact, there were some kings in those times that were actually Portuguese. And if you go online and you look at the list of the Shekiri kings, some of them had actually had Portuguese name. The crown came from Portugal, and that was a very big place where slaves were taken. There were also ports at Lagos, and there were ports at Dahomey, and lots of Portuguese and Spanish people settled in these places and actually lobbied for slaves. A great example is a place called Lekki today. You know, the Lekki is a high end area in Nigeria, but the man Lekki was a Portuguese slave trader, and the place where they had the Dangote refinery now used to be his base. So people used to bring him slaves from there, and then it was from there that we would put them in an underground dungeon, which all those things still exist at the Lekki Museum. That was the place where they had Awolowo imprisoned for a while before he was sent to Calabar. And at that time it was an island, so they would bring boats from the mainland and bring the slaves there, and then he would ship them off to the across the Atlantic. So they named the whole Lekki after him. It's a paradox that you would name one of the high end areas in Nigeria after a man like that. Maybe they don't know the history, or maybe I don't know. Let's. So I mean, so this were the arrangements that were going on at that time. You see those coastal areas, the Shekiri regions, the Ijaw regions, they were not really productive places when it comes to farming, and so they had to rely a lot on this dependence on these white people, and Europeans had fortresses across these coastal lines, and they had them with cannons, which they used to protect their interests as well as support their partners who were with them in that raiding and taking of slaves from the interiors. This was one reason why the Portuguese supported Kosoko in the fight against England for Lagos in the 1850s, because Kosoko was their patron and he was supplying them slaves, even though slavery had been banned then, but they were still taking slaves to Brazil. So this is one reason why we kind of Okay, I'm trying to. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm trying to choose my words very well because I've been told many times that I can be very blunt. But as I say, our brothers in North America, when they oversimplify the complexity of Africa to a racial issue, they don't understand that you cannot use what happened in Yoruba Nation at that time to judge what happened in Congo or what happened in Ethiopia or what happened in the land of Kiswahilis. Yes, we are all blacks by race, but we had different philosophies and different politics was going on, different mindsets, different spiritualities. So this is very, very important to understand and appreciate if you want to really kind of appreciate the history of Africa. So this is one reason we decided to start with the history of the continent as a whole, but it's going to be narrowed down to Yoruba nation to understand the perspectives from one of the many subgroups of the African nation. So now let me talk briefly about slavery in Yoruba nation. Slavery, we don't call it slavery per se. Slavery is an alien word. It came later. The word Eru was not, it's not part of our old vocabs. What we used to call it is Iwafa. And they were kind of a form of kind of reintegration, and slaves that had lost their freedom, they were kind of they were special slaves that they called them Ilari. They were governors to the king. They were responsible for maintaining laws and orders in the provinces. And there were slaves that were actually warlords, private militias of very powerful people. An example of such person would be Ogidon. Ogidon was the military field marshal for a powerful woman in Ibadan at that time, Efushetan Aniwura. He was his chief warlord. He was his chief warlord. I mean, it was our chief warlord, excuse me. And he used to go with the most powerful field marshal in the whole of Yoruba country at that time, whose name was Arela Tosha, to battles. So that was what it was at that time. They fought rank in rank. They came back. They had their glories. They had their accolades and things like that. There was another person that was very popular then, who of course started out as a slave, but also is a legend, and his name was Tak Oshodi. They named the city actually after him in Lagos, but Oshodi, they call him Oshodi Takwa because he was from the Takwa regions, but he was also a very great warlord and one of the charismatic military strategies that helped Kosoko at that time to to kind of navigate a lot of things and help him to resettle at a place called Ekpe, which still exists today. So you see, in our pantheons, we say Biashe Bieru, Lashe Biomo. It's a part of our anthem. That is another way to show that listen, we don't do this segregation that say okay because you're less privileged in terms of your slavery or your background, then you don't have equal rights. In fact, Efo Sheto Aniwura, one of the things that led to her death was because she was brutal to one of her slaves. I mean, I don't want to go into the story, but she she lost her child and she became very paranoid at the sound of babies. So she forbade her slaves to ever get pregnant or have kids. And one of them did, and she had the slave beheaded. And that really, she lost her bearing among the nobility for doing that. So that's to show how much right slaves had in that time. So I don't know if this is a good time to pause. If anybody wants to share, because I don't like to talk for long. And
Bonka,
Yeah,
when you said Efun Shetan lost a bearing, I think I will allow the others to really explain what happened to her. Go ahead,
right.
follow up.
oh yeah. I mean, I don't think Efun Shaitan is really critical at this to the subject matter right now. Just to kind of put some perspective on what we've heard so far from Bonka and my brother
Please they
White.
did some people, please.
I beg your pardon.
So please, probably you just increase the volume a little bit, please.
Oh,
Okay, Iman, speak louder, right? Okay, go ahead.
okay. Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
thank you. Yeah, just to put some, high level perspective, because I'm not nearly as erudite as my brothers that have spoken earlier. But I think the main point that we've tried to narrate so far is Gwanka has gone into some of the details of the nuance of slavery on the continent, while my brother White Lion was trying to establish what we were doing before, the ravages we suffered, the ravages of slavery. He painted a picture of the kingdom states, city states uh, that existed, the pretty much the concept of free trade that existed between the city states, and he backed it up with records of and archaeological evidence that goes back to almost 1000 AD. And then he talked about fossil evidence that highlights the presence of humanity and civilization even much before that. I think the point of all of this is slavery, especially transatlantic slavery, is a very significant, but it's just a snippet of our history. And we're trying to wrap our heads around this snippet of history that has had such devastating consequences for us all. So, Bonka, in your narration, um, I I think it will be good to highlight the city states around the time just before full blown slavery, like the Songhai Empire, the Mali Empire,
That's where
Oyo.
I'm going. You read my mind.
Yeah, okay, good. And then my brother, White Lion, I think at some point, or maybe just before Bunker goes, you can highlight, a preview of slavery. I mean, there are instances of records that show how some certain groups were determined to be prime targets for slavery as opposed to others. And then we will converge that with the arrival of the Europeans on the coast and print the picture of how many of our peoples were sandwiched between slave raiders coming from the Sahara and and slavers coming from the coast, and how they disrupted the political and socioeconomic stability of the region, and how we all became victims. Even that I am speaking, I am a descendant of an enslaved person that was actually put on the ship and made a journey on the Atlantic, albeit didn't luckily or didn't get to the Americas. And then at some point, Bunker, which I'm sure you're going to do, you'll go into the details of the ravages of slavery with maybe the works of Ajayi Crowther, etc. And I don't know if you intend to, but I will also
Yes.
talk about Clapperton's description of what he met and the impact of slavery on the part of Africa, on our part of Africa that he visited. So, Monka, can you do me a favor? Could you just let Mr. White Lion just give a brief preview into what was going on before you go into the full blown consequences? Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I was just laying a foundation of really um what was going on in the sub-region, right? What was going on in Yoruba land at the time, and what were the city states at play, and just because it's a question a lot of people actually do ask, like, okay, so before the era of European contact and slavery, what were the indigenous Africans actually doing in their various homelands? And so I was just trying to, like, um, lay some ground. So I already talked about indigenous production of certain items that were in high demand in across the entire sub-region. I talked about the Ife glass production industry, which began indigenously in the 11th century and flourished between the 11th and 15th century, which was also the period when the influence of Ife as a city-state was at its greatest point. I also mentioned that Ife was likely the third place on the entire planet where glasswork was indigenously invented. Um, Examples of dichroic glass beads from Ife have been found at far-flung corners of West Africa, such as in places like Kisi in Burkina Faso, Juboye in Senegal. We have examples of Ife beads found in places like Gao in Mali. We all know about the city of Gao. It's a very, very popular trade center in the Sahara. So this shows that there had been like a long established network of trade between the forest kingdoms, of which Ife at this particular time period was the greatest of them, and centers in the Sahara and further afield into northern Africa. So examples of Ife beads have also been found in places like Esuk in Mali, Kumbi Saleh, which was at one time an emporium of the popular Ghana Empire, which was centered in southeastern Mauritania and northwestern Mali. Um, all in 12th to 14th century contexts. So, like I said earlier, Ile-Ife was the only known industrial center for high lime, high aluminum glass production in the entire world, actually. So between the 12th and the 14th centuries, that's between 1200 and 1400, in the Common Era, Ife's influence grew in the entire sub-region. It became the biggest emporium and the wealthiest polity in West Africa during the mid 14th century, and the main source of wealth and an income for the budding empire at the time was the sale of these objects that was in high demand throughout the entire sub-region. 13th to 15th century in Ife fired clay cores of cast brass sculptures from places like Itayemo and Oroba Do um, were discovered in places like Ife. The archaeologists like Frank Willett, uh, historians like Frank Willett actually documented this in the history of the Yoruba people, which he wrote in the year 1959. So I don't want to go too much into like uh, what the cachet of discovery in places like Ife actually constituted, because this was a place where more than uh, you know 7 tons of glass working debris was found at that particular location. And like I said earlier, it was the only center of high lime, high aluminum glass bead production. Fast forward to the year 1300, the polity of Oyo was established by an Ife prince by name Oromia. Oyo would later on grow to become the preeminent power amongst all the other Yoruba city states. In 1375, Ife as a city was mentioned on a Catalan atlas of the world at the time. So this was a Catalan atlas from, we all know the region of Catalonia in modern day Spain. There was a particular cartographer that was, just documenting like various important or known uh, locales in the known world at the time, which of course excluded the Americas, and actually did document the city of Ife and the kingdom of Ife then, which was labeled as Reino de Organe, which of course references the older name for the ruler of Ife, which was known as the Orone or the Oone as it would be known today. So this same name was referenced in a Portuguese account from the 1480s about a powerful inland ruler in which no white man could enter into his kingdom. So at the height of Ife's influence at that particular period, Ife established trade networks that stretched as far as the bank of the Niger and onwards from there through river navigation into the inland River Niger basin, which is located today in central Mali, from which products that would have been traded from Ife would have been able to find their way into areas further afield, such as other areas of Western and Northern Africa. Um, by the 1500s, the earlier established polity of Oyo, which had been, by that time was already around 200 years old, started ascending imperial status as like I said earlier, the preeminent Yoruba city state. Um, they suffered some earlier setbacks. However, in the year sorry, they suffered some earlier setbacks. However, like Bonka said earlier, right, there were some people known as the Takbas in Yoruba, which would be the Nupes today. Um, used to, well, I think Bonka can talk about that, but um, the original site, the original city state of Oyo, which was established in the 1300s, was destroyed, and they had to flee to exile. However, in the year 1580, around more than 70 to 80 years after the original sacking of Oyo's original site, a particular Oba known as Alafin Abikba came back and rebuilt Oyo, and it was from there henceforth that Oyo would start to grow and acquire imperial status. I would also like to mention that in the year 1615, um, a particular manuscript that was a manuscript folio, which was recovered in the city state of Timbuktu, mentioned the uh, so this is the oldest known textual reference actually to the word Yoruba as we would know it today. Um, in this 1615 manuscript, uh, the Berber jurist by name Ahmed Baba mentioned the Yoruba ethnic group together with I think 9 or 10 others in the region. He mentioned the Mosi ethnic group, he mentioned the Borgu, he mentioned the Dagombas of northern Ghana, he mentioned the Kotokolis of Togo, and he mentioned the Dogon ethnicity of central Mali, and of course also mentioned the Yoruba ethnicity of southwestern Nigeria and Benin. And he mentioned the context in which he was actually writing that manuscript was that he was replying um, a North African inquisition into which particular ethnicities in the area were fit to be enslaved. And he mentioned certain ethnicities and said, "Oh, so don't touch this ethnicity because they are already Muslims. You cannot enslave them. But some certain ethnicities are still in quote pagan, and you can actually enslave them because I mean, according to Islamic jurisprudence, you cannot enslave an ethnicity or like a group that is already largely Muslim. So the Yoruba ethnic group were among the ethnic groups that this Ahmed Baba said, "Oh, these guys, they are not believers, they're still kafirs, and it would be okay for you to enslave them." Like we know, when we talk about slavery, we do concentrate a lot on the transatlantic slavery, but there was also the trans-Saharan slavery that also enslaved indigenous Black African populations. So this 1615 reference was the oldest known textual reference to the Yoruba ethnicity, alongside 9 or 10 other ethnicities in the that bordered the Yoruba people. So fast forward 1719, 1720, we already see examples of Yoruba people already established in the New World as enslaved people. Between the years 1719 and 1820, the Louisiana slave database of the 18 most common African ethnicities lists the Anago people as one of the most common ethnicities that would be found in the plantations of Louisiana. 24.7% of the slaves in that particular territory. I think Louisiana started out as being Spanish and then French and then um, American. 24.7% of the slaves imported by the French into Louisiana at the time came from the Bight of Benin. We also have examples of records from the New Orleans baptism records between 1796 and 1803 that also mentioned the Nago people. We have examples from present day Haiti, which back then would have been known as Saint Domingue, where 37.4% of all enslaved people on the western half of the island of Haiti would come from the Bight of Benin, which was then known as the Slave Coast, and an approximate 33% or one third of them would have been Yoruba or of Yoruba descent. Various other examples from slave records in places like Cuba: 37.4% of all enslaved people on the island of Curacao, 17% in Barbados, 11% in Tobago, 10% in the Bahamas, 34.5% in French Martinique, um, around 16% in Guadeloupe. So, in 1823, this year was noteworthy because this was the year that the kingdom of Dahomey broke free from um, being a vassal state of Oyo and under a particular king known as Gezo. I'm sure Bonka will talk about that because I think that's where he's going next. Also, Clapperton visited Oyo Ile, the capital of the old Oyo Empire, in the year 1825, and actually made some remarks about the frugality and the arts, of the people he met there, and the vastness and how complicated the structures he met at Oyo was at the time. But in the year 1835, Oyo Ile was eventually destroyed. So I would just like to stop there and hand over the mic to my brother Bonka to continue with the history. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lion, for that background. And I think Bunker was also quickly talking about Eru. And since I'm not an historian, and he has made it very clear that Eru and slaves are not the same, right? So maybe I should just describe what Eru is, then I'll give it to Bunker. Eru is like, you kind of, because of some level of indebtedness or something, you are not able to take care of yourself. You submit yourself to somebody who has the wealth. And at certain conditions, and once those conditions are met, it could be some of it could be as low as 6 months, 1 year, or lifetime. Then you gain your freedom. So I'll pass this over to Bonka to continue from there. Okay, over to you, sir.
Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. White Lion. Oh, yes, I will go on the Eru case. I don't want to kind of talk about it now because it's going to come in the narrations, and there are certain examples of people I would give at some point, hopefully, if my brain don't get messed up. Yeah. So, okay. Uh, Going on. By now we know it is a fact that no other race was subjected to slavery for such long years as the Africans are. Africa was the most. Yeah, who's that? Africa. Please mute your mic. Yeah, Africa was the most preferred choice for slavery from the 1400s to the 1800s, and that's about 400 years. No other group of people were focused on and forced out of their ancestral home in such large numbers like it was done in Africa at any point in history since mankind existed on this planet Earth. So, four powerful blocks depended greatly on slavery of Africans to build their civilizations. And the first region is the Islamic world, which included the Ottoman Empire, is it Fatimid Empire of Egypt at that time? And then there was that was when they built the capital at Cairo. It was the Fatimid Empire that built it. And then a lot of African slaves, mostly of Hausa origins, were the preferred choices in Cairo, in Libya, in Tunisia, and in Morocco. The spread of this slavery extended all the way to India after the another Muslim faction conquered the region and started another caliphate called the Umayyad Caliphate. It started in I mean, it took some part of the Indian region to the north, and of course, the third block that we know and the most widely famous one is the ones that went to North America with the largest concentration in the United States, and then we had a fourth block, which was the Southern America, with the largest block being, of course, Brazil. So no other migration in human history compares to that of migrations of Africans.
Bonga, the
So,
Indian Ocean slave trade as well.
yeah, so because we're talking of the Atlantic, that's why I'm kind of focusing on that. If we had to go on the Indian one, that was the Omani one, right?
Yeah, I guess, I mean,
Yeah.
because you also mentioned the Arab slave trade, right? You
Yes.
mentioned,
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. There was the Umani one, which I'm going to get there when we talk about King Leopold. You remember that warlord that they were working with that was in Zanzibar that helped King Leopold to fortify. He had over 10,000 slaves. I think I'm going to get it. I have it written out in this book, and I'm going to get there. Yeah.
Gonga, continue,
Yeah.
continue.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So yes, this went on for over 400 years, and the concept of slavery in this regard, as observed in the Arab world and Africa, had certain special characteristics. And one is that it subjected them to properties. They were part of their master's estate and can be passed over to new masters at will. They were totally disenfranchised and had limited rights. This has become so normal in the American society that while the freedom fighters were kind of championing egali, one of the things that led to the creation of America is that they don't want wealth and preservation of it to be exclusive to nobility. They want it to be the land of the free, the land where you can um, be anything you want to be, and your station in life does not restrict you. And that's I think it's still transposed to our life till today, which we call the American dream, which everybody believes that. I think there's no other place in the world where they say maybe the British dream, the Irish dream. It's always like the American dream because of that groundwork. But most of these freedom fighters, they have been their conscience has been so detached that while they were fighting for freedom, they actually owned slaves. George Washington had slaves. Uh, he was so much of an egalitarian that he rejected the request of America to make him king. But believe no, we're all equal, we're all one. But he owned slaves. Thomas Jefferson, he wrote the Declaration of Independence that everyone has the right to liberty, to this, to that, to pursuit of happiness. Thomas Jefferson owned slaves. So they've become kind of mentally dissociated from that concept of looking at a black man as a human being to a point where the more they're saying, no, we have to be free, there's a disconnect when you think of the black person in that context. So one of the things that made this possible was the religious system that embraced this. And that is why I see,
Bonka, what
yes,
about my friend John Adams? Give him some
exactly.
credit.
I think he even had I
He
believe,
did. He
who
didn't
was
have
the guy?
slaves.
Yes, who was the guy that went to France with his black slave mistress during the war?
That was Jefferson.
No, I think no. Jefferson actually was sleeping with his slaves, and even as president, one of his daughters, born by a slave woman, was sold out, and he didn't care. And I think the person I was trying to remember was Benjamin Franklin. Yeah, you will know him,
Yeah,
Idi Amin. Yeah,
yeah, but
yeah,
John Adams did not have slaves, so we
yeah.
should give him credit.
Oh, John Adams.
Yes, this the first, not the son.
So I
Yes,
think
but
you're referring to Sally Hemings, who was a slave that was owned by some.
exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. So is John Adams from the south or from the north?
Uh, I will have to check, but go back to the
Yeah, so
narrative.
because most of those who didn't own, I doubt that there is a southern nobleman at that time that didn't own slaves, except if they came from the north. So, but one of the things that
I'm from
made it.
Massachusetts.
Oh, yeah,
From
okay.
Manchester.
Oh, really? Yeah. So the religious system embraced this a lot. I'm trying to walk on eggshells on this, but the disconnection came because the the church supported what they were doing. So the most important aspect is that they can be bought and sold like properties, and it's the saddest aspect. And this is called chattel slavery. Africa never at any time practiced this kind of slavery. Except the ones we described that came from outside, and I'm talking of the Asker, who were the two colors from the Shongai, the Fulani, the Solomonic. Yeah, but the native Africans, I have done a lot of research, and I've never seen anywhere where blacks did chattel slavery on each other. You know, so now, slavery in Africa has always been a form of reintegration into society. With slaves, they have near rights with freeborns, and their children after them are not regarded as slaves. So now, a great example. Let me give an example of a powerful king at Oyo. His name was Alaafin Atiba, and we all know he was one of the recent great kings that founded the current Oyo that exists. His mother was actually a slave in the harem of his father. His father was Alaafin Abiodun. But he, even though the mom was a slave, that didn't stop him from becoming a king. In America, a woman born like that is still regarded as a slave. So the child of a female slave born by her master is not considered a freeborn in the United States at that time. So those are the kind of disconnections that we see. Um, I talked about Thomas Jefferson, who allowed his daughter to be sold, right? This was because slavery was a racial issue in the States, and one generation white blood, according to them, was not enough to purify it. I think it has to be 4 or 5 generations before you are cleansed of that supposed debt of being black, according to these low thinking, myopic people. Another example that which we said earlier was the fate of Shetan, who, of course, she was a minister for finance, the richest woman in the capital, the financier of all those wars at that time. Nobody dared her, but I mean, killing a pregnant woman, that was a serious taboo, and she had to go down for it. Slavery was not a design to dehumanize people. It
So,
was,
Bonka, in
yeah,
essence, you're saying that the kind of, in quotes, uh, enslavement, in quotes, that was practiced amongst indigenous Africans, with particular focus on the Yoruba people at the time, there was social mobility, and it was not
yes,
something that condemned you to be a slave for the rest of your lifetime or even your
absolutely.
generations after you. So you had the ability to rise up the social ranks, as opposed to chattel slavery, where you're literally owned as a property, and even your offsprings are slaves as well, right? Bonka, you're there?
And to add to the Jonadams,
Yes.
they were
So,
family of the
sorry,
abolition.
Idi Amin. Yeah. You know that there's a proverb that says "Irometa Kintoshi." Has anybody heard that proverb?
Yes, it means
Yes,
three
yes.
generation
Yes,
cannot
Bunker,
be.
yes.
Three generations cannot continue to remain in
Yes,
penury.
that's
Yeah.
where it came from. So, if you're a slave, your grandson will be back in the society as a nobleman. Your son will become a landowner, and then will pass it over to his son.
But
So that's Irometa. So that's the concept of reintegration. There's also it still happens among the Igbos today. So if you look at it, you will see that the concept of slavery, that somebody will just take his son and hand him over to some rich merchant and say, okay, look, I want you to train this boy, and he's your boy. And this guy would send him all the errands in this world. I mean, he would then go and stay on the street and go and bring customers for me, and he won't pay him for all that service. And we'll work day in, day out, 24 hours, sometimes for 8 years, sometimes for 10 years. But he will get reintegrated into society at the right time, and he will do the same thing for the. So that's the concept that people call slavery. I don't. Sorry, Dami, you wanted to say something.
So,
I'm sorry.
Bunker, sorry, let me interrupt here at the risk of offending our Igbo brothers. I think I will have to disagree with you there.
No,
I think,
no, I don't
yeah,
mean that in a bad way.
yeah, but it could be grossly misinterpreted. So let us not confuse the apprenticeship system with slavery. I mean, they're miles apart.
So
What
it's
you
not
said
paid
there,
labor, right?
Yeah,
When
it's
you become
yeah.
an apprentice,
I think it's more
yeah,
of indentured servitude. Actually,
ex-
you work without pay,
Thank
and
you.
after some time,
Sorry to
you
chip in, guys.
regain your freedom. And at the same time, you would have learned a skill or a trade. I think
Yeah,
that
so
was what
that's
it was.
Is
apprenticeship.
that what they
Apprenticeship.
also call Iwofa? Like that system?
exactly,
Yeah,
yes.
Exactly,
Iwofa.
Exactly.
Yes,
exactly.
yes,
That's what they call
yes.
boy boy system.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because at the end
Yeah.
of the
Is
day,
that
they
not
will
the
also
same
And
thing
you at the
as?
end of the day,
Is
you're
that
still
not
getting
this?
your freedom. Once your debt is paid, you're free.
and then they'll still set you up in terms of business.
Yeah,
They'll
guys.
still
So let's
be
not
the
mix things up. So this is not what Bunker described. Is not even about paying a debt, right? So you have even today you have unpaid internships, right? So let us not confuse indentured servitude with an apprenticeship
Yeah,
system.
there's another one where the person is taken to whoever they are owing just to pay a debt.
That's
That's
indentured
another
servitude.
system, right?
It's
Oh, okay.
that's indentured
Yeah.
servitude, and
So
it's
it's
different from
totally different
apprenticeship.
from Iwofa. Because I don't know
No,
how to call that.
Iwofa. I'm sorry. Can I go now? Okay, so Iwofa is like indentured servitude. It's basically indentured servitude. It's different from Omoshe and Olokoshe. That one is what you call apprenticeship, and I
Okay.
think that's what
Absolutely.
And
Olukoche
then
was
what do
trying
you
to
call
explain.
when you are owing a debt to someone and they'll send their children, their son
That's
that's
a
a
and
wafa.
daughter
wafa.
to
Oh
go
no,
work
That's
for
a
that
Iwofa.
wafa.
person?
That's
That's
Iwofa.
the Wafa system. Yeah.
That's Iwofa.
Oh, okay.
Meanwhile,
Thank you.
Bonka. Thank you, Bonka. I don't know if you can go over, even if it's just for a minute or two. If you can go over the Efejeto Anewura story, and I'm saying this because you said it a couple of times, but you just brushed over it, and I think it's important to say something about her because oftentimes when you talk to um, African Americans, there's this idea that the idea of slavery is basically the same everywhere. But when you said something about Efusheton, how she grew to become very powerful, how she owned, hundreds and hundreds of slaves, but then she was still killed because of the way she treated her own slave. That's just to, explain how it's quite different when we talk about slavery in Africa and probably especially Yoruba land. And maybe they would not even call it slavery or chattel slavery apparently. If you can maybe just spend a minute on that so that at least it's be a bit clearer.
Yes.
So I
So
think, sorry, Bonka, before you go, I think there's also a system best described as pawnship. When you pawn someone to work a particular service for someone until you are able to meet up the conditions. So this was a very, very common practice in West Africa, actually, amongst various people, such as the Akan, the Yoruba, the Efik, the Ijaw. So this was something. Maybe you would go work on someone's farm, row maybe 500 furrows of or 500 ridges to plant, and then after that you're done. So it was not slavery, but it was a system of like I said earlier, pawnship. You would pawn someone to facilitate a particular service. I dropped the mic. I'm done.
yes. So don't let my evil brothers come for me. I was just trying to make an example of what it was like in our time, and what happened in our times is closely related to what the Igbos do at this time. And what we were doing at that time is what they considered as slavery. That's what I'm trying to explain. So if I'm rusty once in a while, please please bear with me. And yes, the Afro story. Yes, she was a powerful warlord at Ibadan, and she had about close to 2,000 slaves. Very, very rich woman. She was actually she was reigning during the time of there was war going on in America at that time. So cotton could not pass to Europe. So she was actually one of the sole traders of cotton fabrics to Europe, and she made a lot of wealth from there. But she lost one of her children at her only daughter. She lost her at childbirth, and at that time she was beyond the age of bearing children. So it used to traumatize her that when she heard the cries of babies, she hated it. And so if you come to her house and tell her that she should be in the yellow day, she was supposed to be any social events going on by the woman, she was involved, but you dare not come to her and tell her that the celebration is for child. She just was traumatized hearing the cry of baby. So she said she does not want any of her slaves to get pregnant. And one of them did get pregnant. I think she even had the guy that got her pregnant kills too. I don't remember very well. But Lactosa, they did a council and they're like, oh, we need to get rid of this woman. That was out of line. Although there's another school of thought that he was actually Lactosa was have been looking for an excuse to get rid of her because of her powers. And because she was so wealthy at that time that if she withdrew her credits, they would lose their campaigns. And that was the time when during the Kitiparapa War, and they were fighting from a lot of fronts, so they couldn't afford to lose a financier like her. So, but of course, she made it easy. She made it very easy for them by doing what she did. So the fact that there's a society that can actually claim that can actually, how do I put this? There's a society that can actually make it something to punish someone as powerful as her. That should tell us the kind of rights that slaves had in our lands compared to places where you could literally do anything you can to them. You know, you can, they're your properties and they're dehumanized, so to speak. They're not supposed to have rights. So that's what I was trying to explain. There was a case in the old Ijaw society. There was a time in the Ijaw society where they had very great rivalry among the merchant families because Ijaw in those days was matrilineal. The family trees was traced through the maternal sides, not the paternal sides. So now the Jaw families did not want to intermarry each other because it will give. Now, if you're a man and you marry into another Jaw family, you are giving able-bodied men to a rival merchant family, and they did not like that idea. So they were looking for a way to stop that, and guess what they did? They started to go into Igbo land to buy slaves to bring in to marry their children. That was in fact, there was one of the greatest men to ever come from Ijo land. His name is Jaja of Opobo. Jaja was actually Igbo and he came to Ijoland as a slave, but he rose to be the most powerful merchant in the Ijo region to a point where a lot of famous merchant families actually kind of surrendered to him. They pledged allegiance to him, about a couple of numbers of them. And if you understand the wealth of the Ijo area at that time, because they were the sole monopolist for palm oil during this time of the Industrial Revolution. You will understand how kind of great respect they gave to Jaja in that context. So nobody kind of looked at it that, oh, this man came from humble beginnings. This man, how can we kind of pledge allegiance to a slave and we have 4 generations nobility? No, nobody did that. He proved himself, and the people saw that he was worth his weight in gold, and people pledged allegiance to him. He was even very feared by the Europeans at that time, yet he started his out as a slave. This spirit among the Igbos was what the Sardauna was talking about, the Sardauna of Shokoto. There was an interview I was having with a white man, and he said he's not comfortable with the Igbos in his region because if you put an Igbo man in a labor camp, he will always try to rise. So it's that concept. So Jaja Wakobo is a great example of that. Someone placed in a labor camp and was allowed to rise. So this is because historically your station in life has never been a reason for lack of ambition and a will to dream big in the old African structure, or like in the north where class system had very strong iron curtains. The Sadana at that time found it appalling that Eagles came to his region and got so ambitious that in a short while they transformed their lives, usually starting from the very bottom. And this was setting a bad precedent, especially among the Hausa people who had been brainwashed to believe that your station in life is the will of Allah. So looking at people like that, it was making him very uncomfortable, and those were part of the situations that caused the tensions in the First Republic, which happened in the 50s in Nigeria, the fallout between the North and the Igbos. But that's not what we're talking about here. So let's not so anyway, Atlantic slavery started around the 1400s, and it coincided with the discovery of America. As we know, most of the slaves were needed in the New World as that was where the plantations were. The New World was where a lot of important commodities needed for slavery existed. And among the commodities that were coming from the New World, both in the north and southern parts of the Americas, were cotton, tobacco, granuts, and most important of all, sugarcane. Sugarcane was not coming from America itself. Sugarcane was coming more from the Caribbean regions, places like Haiti, and of course, way to the south, places like Brazil. So let's talk about how this time period and regions affected Africa. From the 1400s to the 1500s, slavery started along the Guinea coast. Then it gradually shifted to the Bight of Benin, then the Bight of Biafra, and then the Congo region, and then East and Southern African routes. They were not really affected by the transatlantic slave because they were controlled mainly by the Arabs, who, White Lion said, it was largely monopolized by the Sultanate family of Oman, with their base at the island of Zanzibar. At its peak in the 1800s, and I'm talking of yes, the slave man that I was trying to remember was Hamad bin Mahmud bin Juma. His nickname was Tipu Tip. He was the largest slave owner, and he was an Arab guy. He was the largest slave owner in Zanzibar, and he had about 10 to 15,000 slaves, and he played a very influential role in helping King Leopold annex Congo into his personal estate, and provided him the army that he needed at the time when Belgium could not afford the expenses to run that large estate of Congo. But of course, they had a fallout eventually, and both the Belgium and the Arab would fight each other for territorial rights in that region. So now, the estimated number of slaves exported from Africa in the 1400s was 81,000, and the exclusive traders at this time were Portuguese. In the 1500s, from 1501 to 1599, it expanded to 300,000. And at this point, other Europeans had kind of joined in. The Spanish had joined, the French had joined, and of course, the English were gradually joining. This was the time large colonies started to emerge in the tropics, like we said, the North American as well as the southern United States. In the much colder weathers to the north, around Canada region, there were really no plantations there, and so they didn't really have kind of slaves per se in Canada region. Now, from 1600 to the 1700s, the number had increased to close to 2 million slaves. And then in the next century of like the 1700s at its peak, there were over 6 million slaves exported from Africa. Now, by 1800s, by this time, abolition acts had been enacted and a gradual decline had started to happen. The British did not really participate anymore, and the most active slave traders in the 1800s were kind of the Portuguese, and the
The
destination then
Portuguese,
was
yeah,
yeah.
they started it and they ended it as well.
Yeah, imagine. Yeah, and of course, the Brazil was a big land, so this is one of the reasons many of the Afro Americans in Brazil, for example, they're still more connected to their roots spiritually than the Afro Americans in North of America, because they were the last batch of slaves to be shipped out of Africa. Well over 80% of slaves that were taken from Africa in the 1800s came mostly from Yoruba land. That's our ancestral home. This coincided with the fall of Oyo Empire and a very, very bad civil war that was going on in Yoruba nation, destructions of many cities. And as you know, this was orchestrated by the Fulanis from from their base. They captured one of the Yoruba bases at Ilorin, and from here they started to invade into the interiors and did a lot of disruptions. Uh, so I mean, it's the same way that the most of the slavery in Eastern Europe, it was orchestrated by the Arabs. Now, the justification for this was Islam for the Arab one, and the Arabs hid under the religion to peddle what I call racism in Africa. they claimed that blacks were pagans, and as such, enslaving them was a just thing to do. It kind of reduced their conscience. The same way Pope, I believe it was Pope Nicholas. I mean, the Papal Bull. I think that was him, right? He was the one that gave the Portuguese the edict to be able to enslave blacks, and because they were pagans, and the king that got that edict was King Afonso the Fifth. They were Christians and the others were not, so definitely it's okay to raid them. Now, as we know, most of these slaves were taken from designated ports along the coastal lines of Africa. Like I said earlier on, these coastal lines were called points of embarkations, embarkation points. Ah, did I get that English? Embarkation, right? Along gosh, I know it.
Yep.
Okay,
Embarkation. Yeah.
embarkation, yeah. So because that provided the largest embarkation point for slaves to the New World was the port of Luanda. Luanda is
Luanda.
Luanda. Oh, sorry. So Luanda is modern day Angola, and a total of 3 million slaves were exported from here. So there was another port in Angola and it was known as Benguela. So about 800,000 slaves were taken from here. Then there was another port again called um, Cabinda, also in Angola. Another 800,000 slaves were taken from there, all in total. So all these ports that I mentioned, they were modern day Angola. There was also the Malembo port, which about 500 thousand slaves were taken, also in Angola. So, like my brother CMD, he's not in the room today. So, therefore, we can conclude that the largest number of slaves to the New World came from Angola, in the Angola region, which of course will be a surprise to many of us because we focus mainly on West Africa. I used to think that the largest slaves were taken from West Africa, but it was a shocker to me when I started to piece it together and I saw that Angola was actually the largest point where slaves were taken.
Bunker, not just
Then,
Angola, but like the greater Congo Angola region. So like from Point Noir in Congo down to like middle Angola. Angola is a modern construct. So
yes,
when we
yes,
use terms such as Angola, we have to be careful not to equate country names with what would have been obtainable back then. So
yes.
we had a
But
lot
what
of
I'm saying is that
Congolese.
all these ports are in the modern day country called Angola. All
Yes,
the
the
ports are,
three
yes.
ports you mentioned, yes, they were. Yeah.
Yes. So then there was another port at Oida. Oida port is in modern day
Wida,
Benin.
Wida, Wida.
Oida. Oida port is in modern day Benin Republic. And from this port, across history for that 400 years, 1 million slaves were taken from here. Then there was a port at Boni. Boni is in modern day Nigeria, and that's more to the south regions. Right? Yes, to the 600,000 slaves were taken from here. Then there was a port at Anomadu. Anomadu is that Ghana or Ivory Coast, I'm not sure. But Anomadu port, 400,000 slaves were taken from there. Then there was a port at Luango. That Luango is modern day Congo. 400,000 slaves. There was a port at Calabar. Calabar is south of Nigeria. 400,000 slaves. Other lesser ports with an average of about 200,000 slaves altogether taken were the ports at Cape Coast in South Africa, the port of Mozambique, the port of Gambia, and then the Lagos port. The port at Jebu did not do a lot of slave raiding like I thought, but from a Nigerian perspective, it was one of the rogue places for slavery. But looking at piecing up all these things, I was shocked to see that Jebu did not even near the list of places like Gambia. If you asked me before I did my research, I
So
would
so
say
Bunker, the thing is, the port at Ijebu, right, was situated by the lagoon. It was not a point of embarkation. So these documentations are based on where
Okay.
the
Yeah.
slaves embarked into the new world, not the collection points, right? So if you do like if an enslaved person is marched towards an intermediate port or an intermediate area of collection before being transported to the area where they would actually embark, where the path of no return or the door of no return would actually be, that would be the area registered as the area where that enslaved person embarked into the new world, right? So the Ijabu ports were all funnels and collection points that were directed towards a bigger port where uh the slaves would have actually been taken outwards. So I just wanted to put that. So you may not see some smaller ports and but you would see the large ones that were directly on the coastal areas. We have examples of, for example, um people well, they were recorded to have been transported from certain embarkation points, but the areas of origin where they would have come from would have been maybe hundreds and hundreds of miles inland. Some of them would have had to travel for months trekking on foot before they would have actually been, embarked, um, taken outside of the African continent. So it didn't always correlate or it didn't always align in that sense. Sorry for if I interrupted your train of
No,
thought.
no, it's fine. It's really
Yeah.
fine. In fact, I'm
So
not
places
trying
like
to get off
Ijebu, like you
the
said, right? They would fund most of because Ouida was the biggest slave port in Western Africa. Outside, it was number two on the African continent. Outside, like you said, Luanda, which was in West Central Africa, Ouida was number two, and I think Bonny was number three. Either Bonny or Cape Coast was number three. So the Ouida was a collection point for a lot of African slaves in the Slave Coast region. So in Ouida, you would find um, various ethnicities. Like you would even find ethnicities from as far north as you would find some Nupe or Tapa slaves there. You would find some Hausa slaves, all in Ouida, right? So the fact that the embarkation point was in Ouida did not mean that the slaves came from just the immediately surrounding region. So it was like a funnel. So they would all funnel down to that port where of course, the European slave merchants would have been there waiting for them. And that is why some of these regions would fight wars. They would go to wars over the control of these areas because these were areas where the trade in slaves would have been taking place. So kingdoms would go to war to subjugate the kingdom. I mean, they would fight over treaties with Europeans and so on and so forth. So, yeah, just wanted to say that.
Yes, sir. I don't know if anybody on stage, Dr. Goddess, do you have anything to share with us? Is Dr. Goddess there?
Yeah, she's
Yes,
here.
I'm here. Yeah, there's a number of things. So, I mean, one, when we get to the United States, I know you had hopped over there and then you hopped back, so that's why I didn't chime in. But to be very clear, please stop calling these so-called founding fathers freedom fighters, right? I mean, no. No. So I get it, but I was literally triggered. Um, but I want to be clear that there's very clear. So there's a lot of information that has been very valuable here that I appreciate. It's the specificity, that I really appreciate. But I would say in general, I did already have this understanding that the slavery that was practiced in West Africa in particular is not the chattel slavery that was practiced in the United States. And to be honest with you, this is what created a very big showdown between myself and Sugar Belly. So somebody needs to
Oh,
inform me
yeah.
of that history because she's adamant. She's adamant that not only did Africa actually teach the European how to do chattel slavery in
What?
Africa? Yes. But that they learned from Africans everything that they knew about slavery, including chattel slavery.
And that's why we're having this session, Dr. Goddess,
I
to set
I
the record straight.
appreciate it. I appreciate it. I'm just outlining because I know sometimes I have conflicts and debates with people on this app, and just because they're African, right, doesn't mean that they're right. And you already know that I have debates with African Americans, and clearly just because they're African American doesn't mean that they're right. So I try to stick to the facts and the understanding. And so when it comes to the so-called founding fathers of America, I want to be very clear that yes, some of them were absolutely slaveholders. Their plea, right, to the king, their plea to to their authorities, uh why that they should be free while maintaining themselves as slaveholders or beneficiaries of slaveholders. That is America's original sin. That is why America remains a failing democratic experiment, because if until and unless America does right by the Africans and the descendants of Africans enslaved in the United States, nothing will go right for America. Period. That's our stance. That's why we're pushing for reparations. And that's why we're pushing for our ultimate liberation. This is why we have constant problems in the United States of America. And so there's so many different issues. But to also be more specific, George Washington was the second largest slaveholder, uh,
Damn.
eh, even as a founding father. So
with his wife. His wife too now brought in slaves too.
yeah, and it's not, like, so I want to give the scope, right, so that we understand how horrific it was for these same people to literally petition to to make the petition. And then Thomas Jefferson, I'm going to be clear about him too, but one thing that's really important about him, and let me see, where did I listen, I'm surrounded by books. I have to I'll read it for you.
That makes two.
Sure, sure. But one of the things that we should be so clear about is that Thomas Jefferson wrote that um the king that the British had forced slavery upon them. And so it put them in a precarious position because now the British were recruiting, right? Uh those who were enslaved into their army, and they were fighting against them. And so this is just a reminder to everybody that Black people, African people, during the Revolutionary War, we fought on both sides. And we fought on both sides for our freedom, not for America and not for the British, for our freedom. And we were willing to do anything, um, including fighting on either side, to get that freedom. And the end result, naturally, is that the British didn't reward the Africans, even despite their promises, and America didn't reward the Africans despite their promises. So we got betrayed by both, but we also fought by both, and fought for both. And it's just a lesson on being Black, in the Americas, and another reason why Pan Africanism is so important, especially for us over here, I'll say. The other thing is that Thomas Jefferson, being the major writer of the Declaration of Independence, he had to take out a section of the Declaration of Independence, and that's what I want to read, for you all, because that is the part where he said, "Oh, the king, he's imposed on us. He made us take slavery. Now we're suffering over here because he made us take slavery." Like that's how he tried to position um their position, and that was deleted. So I love to read the deleted parts of the rough draft of the Declaration of Independence because it shows you the mindset, right, that these people were on. And then, yes, Thomas Jefferson certainly had slaves, but more importantly, he was 64 years old when he impregnated 16-year-old slave Sally Hemings. And to this day, that relationship, she ended up bearing 6 of his children who looked just like him, right? And to this day, the America's mainstream likes to perpetuate this relationship as though it was a romantic relationship. I mean, this is the kind of sickness that we're dealing with over here, right? So, and then when we tell the real story and we talk about the fact that she's enslaved, they want to say they want to say this shouldn't be taught in American schools and that we're being anti-American when we teach the truth about slavery. So that's why we are unapologetic, uncompromising. We will continue to teach the history of our people, and the true history of America, because they don't want to do that. This is why the 1619 Project is so important. And I just wanted to reiterate those facts for this portion of the presentation. Thanks.
So, Dr. Goddess, just to add a little fairness to the conversation, amongst the whites also are the abolitionists. And I have always admired a person like John Adams and John Quincy Adams. They are the only two first 10 American presidents that do not have slaves. I just wanted to add that to the context. And for the work they did, they actually led to the big abolition of slavery, and that was way before Abraham Lincoln emancipated, the slaves. So, Bonka, over to you.
No, okay. Dr. Goddess, okay, would you want to respond to that first? I'm sure you, or no.
Well, I wanted to know what exactly you thought they did. And I don't blame. I mean, I do think it is important, right, that to highlight people who did own slaves and who didn't. That does matter. But I was curious as to, well, one, I just want to make it clear that the primary people who were abolitionists were those who were enslaved. And so while we did have white allies and while we did have people working on our behalf and people who assisted us, the people that made slavery untenable in the United States by having accidents, i.e., fires, running away, with Native Americans, running away to their own communities, running away, period, to the North, um, people who were breaking tools, faking illness, uh, being, perpetuating themselves as being dumb, uh, lazy. All of these people, they were Black Americans, and well, well, who we would now call Black Americans, as well as the free Negroes that were living during that time. So this is a story that I always want to present, because I think that even in the abolition of slavery, sadly, white people tend to take center stage in that narrative, and that's historically inaccurate. But I definitely want to hear, what you feel, John. Both Johns did, G Baba.
Yeah, as president, right? They continue with the vision of America. They never negate the fact that America was having slaves, but they demonstrated in their individual life that they were against it. They refused to participate in it, and they did write it down. So they personally did not own slave. In fact, John Adams, when he was done as the president, which I think was the second president or the third, but which one of those, right? He actually went on to actually plead the case in the Supreme Court on behalf of the slaves that were the abolitionists, and he pled on the side of the abolitionists to actually end slavery.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. So no, that yes, that's accurate. And I also wanted to I meant to go back. I meant to go back to this. Sorry. The other thing is that Thomas Jefferson wrote in Notes on the State of Virginia, while he said that African people were, genetically inferior from the shape of their skulls and so on and so forth. He also said that he feared that if God was a just God, that America would have to come to a reckoning around slavery. So it's just another way that they demonstrate that they knew what they were doing was not just morally wrong but physically wrong and actually even economically wrong, honestly, ultimately. Those are the last points I wanted to make. Thanks.
And
Right.
in conclusion, Bonka, before you go in conclusion, one of the first people that came in through the Nigerian side, when they were describing, in order for them to actually make the slavery something of entry, they said the people they met there, that's the Africans, they said we have a big forehead and we crawl on our chest. That's actually according to their account. So Bonka, over to you.
Yes. There's someone on stage that hopefully would indulge him at some point, and he's a Joe, because he's been my friend from way back, and we've had these brainstormings in the past. So I'm sure his knowledge on this topic
Bonga,
will
something
also.
is wrong with your mic.
Yeah,
Can
you're in the
you?
matrix. So while Bonka is getting ready to be back, this is the Yoruba Nation once again.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes, yes. Bonka, let me hand. So this is Yoruba Nation. If you are not following this club, you see the greenhouse on top. Please click on it and follow. And please follow the moderators. Today we are talking about slavery in Africa, 1400 to 1800. So far, so good. I think we're having a good session. We are not really on the emotional side, but I think we're handling it well. So, Bonka, over to you.
Yes, can you hear me very well now?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm saying that there is a good friend of mine from way back on stage, Ojo. So at some point, we'll be able to indulge him as well, because I'm sure these are topics we've spoken about, and I'm sure he has a lot to share. But I want us to take something note. We're focusing more on what happened in Africa. Even though Dr. Goddess, I know you and I would have a disagreement on this at some point, but I'm a big fan of George Washington. And I will get there later on. I don't want to get there now so that I can give a narration. I think he was a prisoner of his environment. But I will break it down why I think so. And I may be wrong. I'm not saying I'm right. It's just my perspectives, right? But going back, I want us to take note of two things. That the slaves being taken from Africa were young, able bodied men and women of the finest quality. And if you look at all those numbers, they go in the millions. And that was at a time when the population was not as much as this. So there's a brain drain. Of course, it's still happening today, but in a different concept because the best doctors are not in Africa. The best doctors from Africa, the best engineers from Africa, the best scientists from Africa are not in Africa. So the brain drain still exists, just as a different dynamics today. And these people represented a large fraction of the youth in Africa. We should also take note as well that this is only a list of slaves taken across the Atlantic. An equal, if not more, of this number went to the Middle East. So saying, or yeah, should I say so therefore, like my friend says, exploitation of Africa was not only about its resources during colonization. No other region would have withstood what Africa withstood and remained standing. If you look at all the other people that the Europeans had contact with, they did not withstand half of what we withstood. Yeah, the same biological weapon that was used on Native Americans and the Aztecs, were wiped down most of them. It was tried on us, but the same way they went on to all these places, Australia and all these places, and became settler colonies and kind of forced the people to be subordinate in their lands. They also tried it in Africa. They tried it in Eastern Africa, in Kenya. They tried it in Southern Africa. None of these people ever succeeded today. Every inch of Africa remains firmly in the control of Africans. Although Western blocs still kind of manipulate
Is
things.
that true though, Bunker? Is that true?
Yes, that's where I'm going. Yes, they still manipulate things through neocolonialism, but they failed woefully in taking over your lands and becoming the sole leaders, the presidents there, the ministers there, the people that shape his future directly. It didn't happen anywhere in Black Africa.
You mean outside of the settler colonies, Bonga?
Outside of the what?
Settler colonies.
Even in the settler colonies, Native Africans still
Mm,
rule there.
okay. Oh.
In South Africa, it's a black president. In Kenya, it's a black president. There's no part of Africa where a foreigner rules. There's no part of Africa where the people that control it now were foreigners. The
Bonka,
same
you know
way South
there is
Australia.
overt and then there is covert control. So you can be in
Yes, no,
power.
that's
You can be
semantics.
you can be in position of power while not actually being in power.
Well,
Yeah.
that's the
So
semantics. What I'm saying,
no.
yeah.
So Bunker, yeah, this is where I disagree. It's not semantics, right? Because you and I, as indigenous peoples of where we come from, do we really have control over our lands? Do we?
If you buy a C of O today, I mean, I don't see any
No,
part of.
no, Bunker. It's not about C of O.
We
I'm
don't
saying
control our government, but we control our lands.
no,
Yes.
Bunker. We don't. And I'll explain to you why you don't control your land, right? And yeah, maybe it's because you don't control your government, but ultimately you don't control your land. Um, you cannot if you found gold on your so-called land, on your ancestral land today, you cannot mine it. You don't control it. You cannot make laws for your people on your own land. Right? Why? It's because it dials back to these people that you're saying that were not successful in controlling your land. But they do. They control your land. And why I am interjecting here is I think it's dangerous for us not to realize that. It's dangerous for us to think that, oh, well, somehow we have some kind of victory because, we are walking soullessly on our ancestral lands. We need to be clear. Otherwise, what we're fighting for, there is no point. We're fighting precisely because they have taken out the soul. We're a soulless people. We're just physically existing on that land, but we have no control over it. They have taken our land, and that is why we're fighting. Let us not be deceived by the facade, because that's what I feel you're doing. You are propping up this facade like it's a victory. It is not a victory. It is the ultimate defeat.
Okay, so once again, I was taken out of context, but I would accept it in good faith. Well, yes. well, well, one thing I'm happy about so far, from what I've seen so far, is that hmm, there's an interesting character on stage. I hope we're safe, but yes. So one thing I feel like we should still celebrate is that. Okay, let me move on. Let me move on. This first part of Africa where slavery was first institutionalized and where it first became a social construct of economic order. I knew there was trouble when he came on stage. So the first part of Africa where slavery was kind of institutionalized and became like a social construct and economic order, like a fabric of the society, was in Ethiopia. And this was during the reign of the Solomonic dynasties that was started by a king called Malak Sagat. And second phase was by the royal family of Oman when they moved to Zanzibar. And they also slavery was the fabric of their society from that point on. Then we had the Islamic invasions from the north. First, it was the invasion of Ghana, and then there was the invasion of the then Shongai Empire. The Shongai Empire was started by natives, but it was later hijacked by a close relative of Sonny Ali. He's actually his nephew. Okay, his sister married a Tukolor. A Tukolor they were Arabs and they were more in the Mauritania region. And the she had a
Bonka.
yes.
Tukulors are not Arabs, or Tukulors are not Arabs.
What are they?
So Tukulors are black African
No, no, no,
natives of Takrur. Yeah,
no. I don't agree.
which was a civilization that developed along the Senegal River Valley. So Tukula are sedentary farming communities that developed as a result of a mixture of Serer and Wolof and various other peoples in the region. And they spoke Pular, right? They spoke Fula, which was the language of the Fulanese. So they constituted a class of the Fulani is an example of one of the few societies in West Africa that features a caste system. So these were people that were one of the castes of the societies. Of course, you had the Fulbe who were like the herders, like you know, and the Tukulors were anyway. I think I'm digressing, but like I don't think the Tukulors were Arab people. They were not Arabs.
So you consider them to be
Eh,
native Africans?
Tukulors, yeah.
Yes.
If
No.
you even if you said some of
Or
them
are
had
they Moors?
Yeah, Moors are not even Africans. They might be blacks. Do you consider
oh my
Moors?
god.
Ojo, are you there?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, please, can you chip in on this?
I mean, with the malls, there are white malls and there are black malls. The Tukulers, I'm not sure. To me, I think they're probably Arabized Africans, but amongst them, there are some Arabs too. That's what I read.
So Bonga, the Tukulors would be the sedentary population of the area, like I said earlier, that was Takrur, right? Which would later on be the area that would metamorphosize and become Futaturu, that we all talk about. So the Tukulors were the people that used to live there. They were like an amalgam of people. There were Soninke people who were Tukulor. There were Mandinka people who were Tukulor. There were Wolof. There were Serer people who were Tukulor. But they spoke a singular language, which was Pular, which was the language of the Fulani. So the
So are you're
Tukulors.
saying that Fulani people are native Africans? They're not Afro-Semitic people?
No, but we're talking about Tukulor now. We're not talking about,
Yeah, but the
like I said.
Tukulors are parent DNAs of the Fulani.
So it's a very complicated situation because you know why? Because when we talk about the people in that particular region that would be collectively known as Hal Pular, right? Hal Pulars are both Tukulors and Fulanese. So Hal Pular means Pular speakers. Within the community of the people known as the Halpolar, you have the Tukulors, you have the Fulanis. The Tukulors are historically a mixture of various peoples, while the Fulanis are simply Fula, are simply Fulbe, right? So there is the Tukular communities, there is the Fula communities, but they speak a singular language. So the Tukulars were not Arabs. Some of them might have had Moorish or Berber lineages as a result of mixture, like northern Senegal and southern Mauritania were directly bordering each other. So some of them may have had Zenaga or Sanhaja Berber mixtures, but it was not the predominant element. They were chiefly, in fact, to the tune of more than 90%. If the Tukulor people still exist today, so it's not like these are people who don't exist any longer, and we cannot actually trace what they were. Like if you go there, you can actually still see Tukulor people, and they are not Arab people; they are black. Even if you some of them, in Mauritania, the ruling class of people within Mauritania who are the Berbers, they would kidnap Tukulor people and turn them to Haratins. Haratins are like we all know, like Mauritania only recently abolished slavery, and actually, as a matter of fact, in Mauritania, slavery is still so rampant. It's still a thing. There is no, in fact, for more than half of the Mauritanian society, there is no upward social mobility. So it used to be a thing that the the Moors would go into tutelar societies that would live along the Senegal River Valley. They would kidnap people. Mostly, they prefer kidnapping young kids so that they do not have a memory of where it was that they came from. Right? They would kidnap these kids and ride them into the desert and work them and use them as slaves. So they would be brainwashed when they grow up to become adults. They have absolutely no idea where they came from. Even it's so bad that even if they get released, they would run back and come back into the homes of the masters because they have nowhere to go. So the Tikulars are even victims of slavery up until today if you go into modern Mauritania. So sorry, that was a digression, but yeah.
Hey, White Lion,
Yeah,
quick
that's
question.
fine. Yeah.
Bunker, will what White Lion just explain, would that be a reason why Boko Haram are kidnapping those girls? I'm just curious.
Wow.
Partly,
Don't.
yeah, it's the same. It's the same modus operandi. Yeah,
Right.
they would kidnap them, rape them, and raise kids by them. Yeah, it's the same. It's a Sudano-Sahelian thing that goes back into antiquity.
The Fulani people did it as well when they came. When they first came, they were light skinned, and then they started to integrate into the society gradually. And during when the British government was trying to amalgamate Nigeria, they told the Fulani people to come to the peace meetings to help resolve the Yoruba civil war. They asked them to be part of the reconciliation. It's just a way to kind of pad the tensions between them because they knew that they were going to kind of merge them all into one country and they wanted them to be comfortable with it. And they said that the Yoruba delegates that went there, they were shocked because the first Fuller people that they met were light skinned. But those that would eventually come to that peace meeting were all black skins. And this has been a period of over about 50 to 60 years. No, about 100 years, because we're talking about from the 1820s to like 1880 something, about 60 years. So they said their skin had changed. So they've really kind of plugged themselves into the society, married a lot of their natives, and kind of twisted it. And that started with Sultan Bello when he noticed that the people were greatly rejecting their ironclad fistro. But anyway, would talk more about the two colors at some other time. But I knew that the Askia Muhammad, the who started the Askia dynasty at the Shongai Empire was a two color, and it was at this time that they now institutionalized plantation slavery in the Shongai Empire, and the slavery was across the River Nile region. Slaves were used to also do the gold mines then, because as at that time the region that held the largest concentration of gold on earth discovered was in the Mali region. The mines produced large volumes of gold. In fact, I think it was from these mines much later that Mansa Musa would actually carry over 1,000 camels, would lift gold from that region to go and do Father Christmas for people along the way on his way to pilgrimage to Mecca. As at that time, the religion, the let me not talk about religion. Okay. Uh, So then finally we had the Fulani clan who positioned themselves as the acclaimed successor of the Shogun Empire with, of course, like we said earlier, they came from the Tricolor DNA and they were responsible for the slave trade that happened from the 1700s to the 1800s. This was the period of the largest forced migration of blacks across the Sahara into gruesome servitude. About 80% of all slaves sold across the Atlantic at this time, they were active participants, as is the Fulani. So the fall of law and order in the region you knew as Yoruba Nation today, the Fulani people played a big role in it. So if we go on a true memory lane, we will understand that the guilt kind of always placed on us as savages selling their brothers. It's kind of a very complicated one. It's not always kind of black and white
the way it looked. Now, I want to talk quickly about the Islamic religion and how it played a big role in slavery in Africa. And the reason is being that Africans are spiritual people, and the spirituality. If you want to if you want an African man to do something, and his conscience will be dead, if you want him to kill his father or kill his child and not have a conscience, just wrap it in a religion, in his religion, and he will do it. That's how much Africans can be so greatly spiritual. Their conscience can be easily compromised through religion. This is one of the reasons why all colonizers usually corrupt the spirituality in places like Africa first before they take over. So the obsession to take Africa has always existed, long since the days of Alexander, because it's always been the wealthiest place on earth. It's a place for gold. It's a place with stable tropical weather. So colonizing the continent has never really happened until invaders knew how to corrupt the spirituality of African natives. First through Islam, and a great example will be when the Fulani people captured places across West Africa. You know, they started out as clerics and scholars. An example of them include the popular names we've said here a few times. People like Ibrahim Musa of Futajalon, Suleiman Uba of Futatoro, Amadou Sheko of the Masina Empire. Amadou Sheko was a disciple of Usman Danfodio. And Usman Danfodio himself, who took the Sokoto Caliphate, Malam Dendo, who took the eastern region of Nigeria, northeastern part of Nigeria, and then Shehu Walimi of Ilorin, Madibu Adama of Adamawa. Oh, sorry, Malam Dendo took the Nupe regions. Excuse me. These were all clerics who invaded their host countries and carried out gruesome massacres to take over native homes of their of other people, ancestral homes of others, in the name of jihad. And when the Europeans would eventually conquer Africa, they also used the Christian religion. In fact, see, when King Leopold was going to take Congo, he sent his missionaries there and he wrote them a letter. It's called the Letter of King Leopold. I believe he wrote it in 1887, and he was expressing in that letter. I believe the letter is online. Anybody that wants to Google it, it's there. And he said, look, teach these people to hate their heroes, teach them to love our own heroes, teach them to hate their gods, teach them to hate their parents, and make them understand that we are the fathers of their soul. And the reason why King Leopold was saying that is that, listen, these guys, there's nothing you are going to teach them that they don't already know. They're not, uh, so they know that morally there's nothing they can bring to us that can supersede what we had morally. But they corrupted our spirituality and it worked well for them. It was the same thing Jomo
Bon-
Kenyatta said when,
Bonka,
yes,
can,
1 minute,
can you
I'll be on in a minute. Yeah.
can you tell the audience the name of that letter so when they Google they can know
Oh,
what
it's
to look
King,
for?
King Leopold's letter. King Leopold's letter, 1887.
Go ahead.
In fact, let me put it out and read a few of it. Give me a minute. It's an interesting letter. So, um, now this was what he was saying in the letter. Uh, Reverends and fathers and their contractors, um, your principal objective in our mission in the Congo is never to teach the niggers to know God. They already know God. They speak and submit to a God, and who is called Zambi, and what else I don't know. They already know that to kill, to sleep with someone else's wives, to lie, and to insult is bad. Have courage to admit it. You are not going to teach them what they don't already know. Your essential role is to facilitate the task of administrators and industrialists. To avoid that, your knowledge of the gospel will allow you to find texts ordering and encouraging your followers to love poverty. Look for verses that says happier are the poor because they will inherit the kingdom of heaven. Tell them that it is difficult for the rich to enter the kingdom of God. You have to detach from them and make them disrespect everything that gives them courage to affront us. I make reference to their mystic system and their war fetish. Their children have to learn to obey what the missionary recommends. Make the missionary the fathers of their soul. You must singularly insist on their total submission and obedience. Avoid developing their spirits in schools. Teach students to read, but never teach them to reason. Their patriots are some of the principles that you must apply. You will find other books to help you. Convert always the blacks by using the whip. Keep their women in 9 months of submission to work freely for us. Force them to pay you in sign of recognition with goats, chickens, and eggs every time you visit their villages. And make sure that niggers never become rich. Sing every day that it's impossible for a rich to enter heaven. Make them pay tax each week at Sunday Mass. Use the money supposed for the poor to build flourishing business centers, institutes, and confessional systems. Teach the niggers to forget their heroes and to adore only our heroes. Never present a chair to a black man that comes to visit you. And there, my friends, is the letter of King Leopold to the missionaries. I just read two paragraphs of it. I'm sure if your emotions can handle it, read a bit so you can understand how
Horrible, horrible, horrible letter.
so you will understand how religion is a tool that was actually used to mentally colonize. And so while there's something, someone put it very well, precisely, and that's Jomo Kenyatta. He said when the whites came, we had the land and they had the Bible. They gave us the Bible. They told us to close our eyes to pray. So while we closed our eyes, before we closed our eyes, we had the land and they had the Bible. By the time we would open our eyes, they now had the land and we now have the Bible. So that is the role that religion played in those times. I'm not condemning Christianity. I'm not condemning Islam. I'm just saying what those who used it for a tool for colonialism did. They understood that to get the African man, you have to corrupt his spirituality, make him identify spiritually with whatever you're about to do to him. So in the Islamic religion, you can invade cities and take people as slaves because
Uh,
they do
but,
not
but
practice. Yes.
Bonsa, sorry, before you go on, I think it's worthy for us to just digest that letter a little bit and contrast it with the reality of slavery in the Americas and how the slave masters, encouraged the Africans to take up the Christian religion and emphasize the aspects like turn the other cheek. I don't know if Dr. Goddess has some insight to share with us on this aspect.
Can I also mention that in Haiti, it was because of the revolution over there was largely facilitated by adherents to traditional African faiths from Western Africa that taught them that never to this turn your other cheek ideology. Jesus preached this and that was not something. Of course, they engaged in armed resistance to free themselves, and Ogun, which was the god of war, was. We all know about the rituals that were performed at Boskaiman, where they had to kill. I think was it a goat or sacrifice. So I mean, right. I mean, smack on what Bunker said, that if you want to desensitize the black man to his own sufferings, you have to first change the spirituality and make him believe in foreign gods and other ideologies. Yeah. Dr. Goddess.
Is Dr. Goddess there? Okay,
Yes, sorry,
go
I
ahead.
was trying to get back to my mic. Yeah, I think that it's a mix of things, right? Because Africans in America have always had what's called syncretism. So, one, yes, you all know that reading was illegal, but there was definitely some variation, from plantation to plantation. So, Phyllis Wheatley, for example, was taught how to read by her master. Somebody like Frederick Douglass tricked the children on the plantation to teach him how to read, and he became educated. Harriet Tubman also learned how to read in spite of her disabilities. Um, and a lot of people who learned how to read were able to write their own passes, either to travel, somewhere else, or to basically pretend that they've been sent to travel while they were escaping. Um, when it comes to the drums, I'm sure you all know that the drums were banned. I mean, initially they weren't, but the drumming became a way to like maintain our identities, and at least a part of our culture. And so even when a drumming became officially illegal, we kept our drums. That's where you get the juba from. Are you all familiar with the juba?
I am not.
All right. Well, the juba is a form of sort of like rapid hand clapping. It's meant to. It's not just hand clapping. It's like the slapping of the knees and thighs, and hands, and like on other parts of your body. The ultimate result is the drum. It's just that because we were not allowed to play the physical drum, we made our bodies the drum. The modern representation of that is beatboxing in the hip hop community. Beatboxing is a way to maintain the rhythm section, the drum section. I think the most famous person, well, two of the most famous people. One is from the Fat Boys. He was an excellent beatboxer, and then the second would be Dougie Fresh, who is probably considered the master at this point. So those are some examples. So I think that the important part is that um, when you had those who were enslaved, when the sun went down, and then certainly on weekends, they would go into the middle of the woods and they would have their own meetings, which included, singing, which included recitals, and it included, retaining some aspects of the African cultural spirituality. And so after a while, even though you had people who they could not name what the tradition was, or there were some names that were forgotten, the actions, many of the actions were not forgotten. So even to this day, if you go to even a Christian church and you see somebody quote get the spirit, you could put them next to an African woman that quote gets the spirit, and they're going to be doing pretty much the same thing. So this is one of the ways where African cultural retention has been maintained, but in many ways we lost the names to those African rituals, but they're African nonetheless, and we still do them. This is why I reject the idea that they just sort of took everything. I mean, they definitely tried, but they didn't take everything. And then the other aspect is our naming people who, we are literally the first or second, if it's considering Native Americans. We're the first and second groups of people that suffered family separation. So when we did have people who were sold downriver, or just taken from one plantation to the other, we would name um, our children after them, or we would even name people who were living and give them a middle name, so that we could always remember the names of the people that were taken from us. And one of the most beautiful things I think that occurred after the Civil War is that a lot of Black people could be found wandering, and they were wandering and looking for each other. They were looking for their family members that had been sold. Um, let's see. So then there's then in terms of the Christian aspect, you had people like Frederick Douglass, who he criticized the Western production of Christianity. He was a very heavy critic in that regard. So was Martin Delany, and that's why Frederick Douglass even created the speech, "What to the slave is your Fourth of July." That's an important piece, but also the narrative of Frederick Douglass is important. And then when it comes to challenging the notions of Christianity with the inherent contradiction of slavery, this is also where a lot of slave narratives come into play. Slave narratives were published by abolitionists, and even though William Lloyd Garrison is one of the famous persons who published these slave narratives, he was funded by a rich black man in Philadelphia. That's what's so funny about this whole operation. And then, of course, he became a mentor to Frederick Douglass, and then Frederick Douglass broke off from him and started his own paper, the North Star, with Martin Delany as a co-editor. Um, let's see. So yeah, I mean, those are just some ideas that we did always maintain our African spirituality even up to this day, even in a Christian church. And I think in Brazil, you saw it more clearly where the syncretism became an overlay, so the Catholic saints became an overlay for the Yoruba gods and goddesses, right? And so they were able to practice and maintain the Yoruba tradition while giving the appearance that they were adhering to Catholicism, which was acceptable, in the mainstream. So it's really important for us to understand that dual nature uh, of what we did. And it's also a form of tricksterism, quite frankly. And that's also where in the African American community you get things like Brer Rabbit, and the trickster figure, Anansi the spider, comes from the Caribbean. But when you look at all aspects of what African people did, be it in Brazil, in North America, or in the Caribbean, we all have a trickster element to our storytelling, to our cultural aspects, and it's always meant to maintain the upper hand against our oppressors.
So, Dr. Goddess, while you were still on that, and Bunka, excuse me for this, I also read it somewhere that it's because the Baptist Church, right? They were one of the first church to apologize for slavery. That's why the African American imbibed them. Can you validate or chime into that, please?
I'm not really sure, actually. That's something I would have to look up. I mean, the African Methodist Episcopal Church is a very prominent church for African Americans, and that those were the churches that we really chose to implement ourselves. The Baptist Church, I'll look into it. I can't answer with any confidence at this.
Yeah, that will also be in contrast to why you don't see a lot of African Americans in the Catholic Church, as opposed to like if you come to Nigeria, right? You tend to see a lot of Igbos go to the Catholic Church, and that was because of the intervention of the Catholic during the Nigerian Civil War. And Bunka, you can actually you can probably cross me out.
Um, so
Not
I don't
not
think
really. Yeah.
I think Catholic missionary efforts in in the area east of the Niger predates the Civil War. Actually,
Yes, yes, yeah.
I don't think it has anything to do with the mass Igbo conversions to Catholicism. I don't think so.
So one thing I know about African Americans is that one of the cultures that Dr. Goddess probably overlook is that respect for rivers and waters. They took it with them because in Africa we're big on water. Water is life. It's in most of our proverbs. It's in most of our. In fact, the demarcations of our boundaries is made by water. So and now when I started really looking into into Afro Americans' lifestyles. I see their respect. For example, look at one of their popular songs. I don't down by the riverside. You know that song, right, Doctor Goddess? I'm gonna lay something something down
Down
by
by the
the
riverside.
riverside. Yeah. Uh,
And we
yeah,
the water is really important to us. Go
right.
down Jordan. I mean, yeah. I mean, the reverence for water is
Yeah.
very and it would be consistent also when it comes to running away, right? Because once you get into the water, you can't be
Yeah.
tracked by animals or other people. And so, and one last thing about I guess it's more than the irony of the Christian aspect here is that you had slave ships, as you know, were named after, different saints. There were slave ships that were named Jesus and things like that. And oftentimes, because we appeared to be adhering to the Christian religion, the songs that we sang seemed to be acceptable. But those songs also became secret societal codes to where to go to run away. So when Harriet Tubman would come into an area, you would hear a voice singing, "Go down, Moses, go down, Moses." Or you would hear her singing "Wade in the Water." Like any of those songs had dual meanings. And it meant to those who were enslaved that like it's going down at sundown, and things like that. So I think
Wow.
it's important for everybody to understand.
Yeah, so I mean, in fact, Sam Cooke, one of his popular songs, when he was going to talk about the change is going to come, he started it that he was born by the river, and like the river, I was born by the river in a little town, and like a river he's been running, and then one of the popular proses of Lance Armstrong was "I've known rivers," and he was talking about all these mighty rivers and and the popular song down by the water, down by the water children. So I just saw that water stuff, and we call it omiye. You know where omi I don't know how to say omiye in English. I got it's water is life. I think that's the loose translation.
And Dr.
Yeah,
Goddard,
but yeah,
if you go through this replay, right, before we start this session, right, we actually gave an eulogy to the gods of the water, the Olokun. In fact, you missed that. It's about 30 minutes of almost in-depth, eulogy. And I will advise you replay that so you can see what happened.
You missed the praise and worship session, Dr. Goddess.
I
we're gonna have it again soon. Yeah, yeah.
I will, but I mean, look, I was
Yeah.
caught up in Ukraine. There's a lot going on, but yeah,
Yeah.
I will replay it for sure.
Yeah. So what I wanted to say quickly before we move on was that in the Islamic religion, you can invade cities and take people as slaves because they're not Muslims. So if some people have been called kafirs in our local dialect, we call it keferi. You're allowed to be enslaved. So the expansion and acceptance of slavery as a way of life in many empires that originated in West Africa was greatly influenced by the introduction of Islam, especially from the northern parts and the Middle East part. The religion itself was a disguise. The real intent was racism and class system by foreign people that, like I said, realize that the only way they can clone themselves into your midst and pretend to hide their real intent is to first of all kind of make you lose your guards through religion. For example, when Utmandan Fodio came and took the prosperous Hausa states, many of the Hausa people were already Muslims. So what he did was to find a way to still subjugate them and to enslave them. And he forced them into slave camps, the Fulani Chokoto Caliphate, and they took away their lands from them and sanctioned them into sale, especially to northern Africa and the Middle East. And their crime is that the Islam they are practicing is not pure enough because they used to call them the Bori. Bori. So, according to them, it's like you're mixing your religion with your native what Dr. Goddess was talking about earlier, kind of syncretism. So, of course, you would expect as new rulers if their intention was right, you'd have expected them to instruct them on the right way to practice Islam. But the true intent was not to show them the way to heaven. It was to create a racial nobility and find a convenient excuse to do it. So, as the Fulani dynasty in the north, uh, in that part of Nigeria that we know today, they were the first to engage in what we call plantation slavery and class system. So it's the same way as was practiced in America. Before them, no such gruesome system existed in our own part. It was usually to the eastern sides and where the Omani nobility controlled the Kiswahili speaking people. Another example was in the Kanem Borno region in the 1300s when Arabs constantly invaded the region and took citizens of Kanem Borno, even though it was an Islamic state. It got so terrible at a point that the king in the 1300s had to write the Malmut Empire, the Sultan of the Malmut Empire, to caution the citizens of the empire from invading his region and from taking his people. In fact, let me read just a small clips. Let me quick read the letter. I said, so this was the letter he was writing to the Sultan. And he said, the Arab tribes of Jordan and others have taken my free subjects, my women, children, and old men. They even took members of my family and other Muslims. These Arabs have pillaged our land, the land of Borno, and continue doing so. They have taken as slaves free men and other fathers, and most of these people are Muslims, and they are selling them to the slave dealers of Egypt, Syria, and everywhere, and keep some of them for themselves. Please send messages throughout your country. Let them examine and inquire and so discover. When they have found our people, let them confront them. If they say we are free men and Muslims, then believe their word and do not suspect them of lying. And when the truth is made plain to you, release them and return them to their liberty and Islam. Please have them sent back to Kanem Bono. So this was what he was writing to the Sultanate to express his displeasure at his land being pillaged by these raiders. There was a popular scholar in old Songhai Empire who wrote about this as well, and he's one of White Lion's favorites. His name was Ahmad Baba. He was one of the leading scholars. He was one of the leading scholars in the Songhai Empire at that time, and he constantly fought the Arabs. He's like a philosopher, kind of, in the ranks of people like Plato to the Greeks, and. So he constantly wrote articles, kind of questioning the Arabs while they're invading Muslim cities to the south and capturing Muslim slaves because they were blacks. He made it clear that look, don't yeah, this is a racial thing. This is not a religious thing because I mean, according to him, it was he like I'm trying to be. So now he's saying like, listen,
Do
why
you
are
want
you?
white? Do you want White Lion to talk
No,
about
no,
the favor?
I will express it. Don't worry. Like, so now it was so bad at this time that even black Muslims who went on pilgrimage to Mecca, these guys were on their way to pilgrimage. These guys will take them and sell them into slavery. So when Morocco invaded Shamgai in 1591, that was the peak for Ahmad Baba, and he started really getting very vocal against it. And he said the laws forbade Muslims to fight Muslims. So his rhetoric became so loud that authorities in Morocco actually had to seize him, arrest him, and exile him away from Gao to Marrakesh in Morocco. He even went as far as studying the clans across West Africa, and he wrote them in scholarly articles and said, okay, if you're desperate for slaves, this and this and these people, take them, but leave these people. They didn't. Let me read it in page 31, and then I'll yield the mic. He said, okay, this is Ahmad Babra's article, and it's one of the scrolls at Timbuktu. He said, the reason for slavery is non-belief. And the Sudanese, when we say Sudanese, we're not talking of Sudan. We're talking of Western Africa region. They used to call them the Sudan region at that time. So now he said the reason for slavery is non-belief, and the Sudanese non-believers are like other Kafirs, whether they are Christians, Jews, Persians, Berbers, or any other who stick to non-belief and do not embrace Islam. This means that there is no difference between all the Kafir in this respect. Whoever is captured in a condition of non-belief, it is legal to own him, whoever it may be, but not he who was converted to Islam voluntarily from the start. To any nation he belongs, whether it is Borno, Kano, Shonge, Katsina, Gobert, Mali, or some of Zagzag, Zazu, that's Zazu. These are free Muslims whose enslavement should not be allowed or tolerated in any way. Also, the majority of the Fulani, except a group beyond Gao, as we know that have been informed that they are Kafirs. So this was what he was trying to explain, that you guys, what you're doing is wrong. You're just invading places and capturing in the name of Islam, and you are now using for excuses to even take people that are already Muslims because they are blacks and selling them into slavery. So let me yield here. I'm not sure if someone has something to say. And Ojo, White Lion, and Ojo, is Ojo there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes. White Lion, do you want to go before him, or do you want him to go first?
No, no, no. He's good to go. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Is there something you want to share with us, Ojo?
Yeah, I mean, just something basic. I one thing I've noticed is that we have to understand what was going on around 14th, 15th century, right before transatlantic slavery, right? Because most people fail to realize that at that time, the African kingdoms that rivaled European kingdoms at that time, right? In fact, there are some African kingdoms that were even far, you know, I would say more economically more powerful than some of the European kingdoms. So there's always been, regions of high civilization, African regions of low civilization, and that's same around the world. Because when we talk about Africa, we tend to think that Europeans have always been in power, and the European states have always been highly successful, and the African states or African kingdoms and societies have always been poor and wretched. But that wasn't the case, at least in the 14th and 15th century. But something happened though. Series of events. One, the invention of gunpowder and also the invention of the printing press, because it was the invention of the printing press that actually that made most people in Europe to be literate, because they started reading the Bible, and then from reading the Bible, that kind of created social cohesion, because now people subscribe to common story. So that's number one. And of course, the invention of gunpowder, um, you know, gave the Europeans that, military supremacy. And another thing that happened at that time was when the Ottoman, the invasion of Constantinople, Byzantium was a powerful, European state, and the Ottomans under Mehmed II invaded, and the Europeans eventually lost Constantinople to the Turks. And it was this loss that actually gave the Castilians in Spain the impetus to kick out the Moors, because their thinking was, well, we they were already under the the Moorish hegemony in Spain, and then they thought to themselves, well, if Mehmed II, because Mehmed II was marching to Italy as at the time that he died, eventually would reach Spain, so and he will enslave them and the Moors, because he was that powerful, so that create an impetus for them to say, okay, let's kick the Moors out. So let's position ourselves to also be powerful. So anyway, so it was the blockade that the Turks placed on the Mediterranean Sea, because most of the um, European. The European civilization at that time was a maritime civilization, started from the Delta region of Egypt, and then they moved to Constantinople, and then they moved to, well, coming from a Minoan civilization or Mycenaean civilization of Greece, and then coming to the Delta region of Egypt, and then to Constantinople. So it's a maritime civilization because it makes sense because they have, they have to trade. So anyway, so that the blockade of the Indian Ocean and the Mediterranean Sea prevented the Europeans from, trading along the Indian Ocean, getting their spices and goods from India. So they were looking for another route to India. And since they usurped the Moorish civilization, in Spain, they sent Columbus to go westward to see if he could find another route to India. And I mean, the rest is history. Columbus landed in South America, thinking it was in India, and that's why most Native Americans today are being referred to Indians, even though so it's pretty much Columbus got lost. So, and it was the decimation or extermination of Indians on this continent that the Pope they sent Father Bartholomew de la Casas to inspect what was going on. And he was the one that came back to, I think Duncan mentioned Pope Nicholas V. So, and then he told him, well, the way the massacre of the native peoples in Americas, um, Father de la Casas rated them high, and he reported the inhumane treatment, meted on them, and then he pleaded with the Pope to enslave Africans and the Saracens instead, and that's what prompted the Pope to issue the papal bulls, that that the Africans and the Saracens should be reduced to servitude, and
Yeah.
then
Can
when
I just jump in there, Ujo? Sorry,
sure.
just to put some of what you said in perspective. I think you just missed the timeline a little bit. So the papal bull had actually existed before Bartolomé de las Casas suggested that Africans should be enslaved in place of the Native Americans. The papal bull was issued, I think, 1440 something. This was way before Columbus even ventured into the Americas. So, and the background for that is, slavery already exists all in different parts of the world, but in Europe, they had a policy of not enslaving Christians, Jews, or Muslims. But then they had this moral dilemma of what to do with
But they
people that
enslaved
didn't.
Irish people, though.
Yeah, I mean, so however way you put slavery, right? I mean, whether you put any kind of what's the word, conditions around it. What is bad is bad. It's just a matter of time before it slips into what we have seen it become, right? So, but they had a dilemma of what to do with people that didn't necessarily fit into these neat categories, right? So the first people that were actually enslaved in Western Europe then were the Berbers, and what the what the Berbers proceeded to negotiate with them was, if you can take us back to our home country, each one of us will get you 10 more slaves. And they did that, and then they would bring they would enslave African people. But to solve this moral dilemma of what do you do with non-Christians, Muslims, or Jews, the Pope came up with the idea that it would be beneficial to pagans and Saracens to enslave them and introduce Christianity to them. And I have give me one second. Let me read an excerpt from an article, Pope Nicholas V and the Portuguese slave trade. Right? And here it says, one second. So there was a slave trader called Gonsalves who voyaged in 14 1841, and so he's a character that negotiated with his Berber slaves, and they got him 10 more slaves. But 15th century Iberian legal traditions regulated Christians' treatment of Jews, Muslims, and other Christians, clearly delineating, for example, who was enslavable and who was not. In contrast, the juridical status of people who did not fit these categories was more ambiguous. Legal and philosophical arguments to address this issue began to evolve during the second half of the 15th century. Once Portuguese mariners began to return to Iberia with captives acquired in West Africa and West Central Africa, notably, the treatment of Black Gentiles was addressed in 1452 and 1455, when Pope Nicholas V issued a series of papal bulls that granted Portugal the right to enslave sub-Saharan Africans. Church leaders argued that slavery served as a natural deterrent and Christianizing influence to barbarous behavior among pagans. Using this logic, the Pope issued a mandate to the Portuguese king, Alfonso V, and instructed him to invade, search out, capture, vanquish, and subdue all Saracens and pagans whatsoever, and to reduce their persons to perpetual slavery, and to apply and appropriate to himself and his successors the kingdoms, dukedoms, counties, principalities, dominions, possessions, and goods, and to convert them to his and their use and profit. So I'll stop there.
Okay.
Um, So just, I mean, it's just kind of buttressing what my brother Ojo was saying. But so this idea that slavery really started with the founding of Americas, the agenda had started way before then. I think the biggest issue that then was they didn't have the manpower to enforce it. And once they did and had a greater motive, I mean, they unleashed it without repentance.
Yeah, I mean,
So go ahead, my brother.
yes, I mean you are correct. The thing though is that without the discovery of the Americas, you would not have the need to have that mass movement of Africans from Africa to the New World. It would just be slavery as kind of like indentured, servitude, or slavery as it's always been in antiquity. But it was after the discovery of the Americas that it became, it became institutionalized. Slavery, became.
So that's where I disagree with you, right? They discovered America, but I'm saying, according to that papal bull, whether or
Mhm.
not they discovered America, they wanted our land, right? The papal bull clearly states that they would take over, they will subjugate the people and take over the land. So it
Right.
was just a matter of time that it would have ended up the way the way it
Well, yeah,
ended
I
up.
agree. I've always said that. Like, actually, that's a question that I've always asked myself. Like, if Columbus did not quote unquote discover America, will it still have happened? But the answer is yes, it will have eventually. That is correct. Yes, but what was going on? The blockade, the Ottoman Turks, blockade, um, in the Mediterranean Sea happened. So the Moors also were, their powers were usurped in Spain, and then they retreated into the interior of Africa, and they were also blocked from trading along the Mediterranean coast. So what they ended up doing was they went through Morocco, from Morocco to Mali, and that's how they first destroy the Malian, that indigenous civilization in Mali, and then they went on to the interior of Africa, like Hausa states, the Askia and the Fula. They were partner in crime. So some Falatas were actually Moors as well. So they started destroying all the traditional African civilizations. So, and then that went on all the way to the Odoyo kingdom. So I just think we need to understand how it moved, eastward and westward. So another thing I want to add also is when people like revisionists like Sugar Belly, I don't understand what they want to gain by coming up with this narrative.
No, sorry, Ojo. It's a personal thing she has. I will explain it. Maybe not on the open air, but it's
Yeah.
personal to her as
Oh,
Igbos and
because
yeah.
I mean, she because there was a time I was talking about, because I'm a direct descendant of Timi Bambaye Ajeniju, and I was talking about how some of these people fought against the Fula in Old Oyo Kingdom, against the enslavement of their people, and she turned around and told me that my ancestors were slaveholders. I just, but anyways, I don't. The thing is, you cannot, when African Americans, I'm talking about, descendants of enslaved Africans on this continent, when they want to talk about their experience, I don't understand why people, revisionists like Sugar Belly, come up with
All right.
like
So
a
my
story.
brother, we understand, and that's why we're having this session, right?
Right.
So that we can put everything in
I
perspective, so
mean,
that we can
it
all learn.
annoys me because it's a different experience.
Yeah,
People,
yeah.
the
I
Americans,
understand, my brother.
yeah, they were enslaved here for 400 years. They were not enslaved
Wait,
by
my
Africans.
brother
I
Ojo.
mean,
Let's not go off on a tangent, okay?
okay, well, anyway,
Um,
so that's what I want to say. And now I have a quick question for White Lion. You mentioned the record that the word Yoruba was mentioned in. Like, in what language was that written in, and who wrote the
It's
that
the scholars at Gao.
Gal? Okay, so but what language was
At
it?
Timbuktu, actually, not at Gao.
yeah, Timbuktu.
So
Yeah.
was it written in Arabic, or
So
like?
it was written in, I believe, Arabic. The title of the text was Miraj al Sud, which is actually Arabic. So it was
I think
talking
it was
about,
the same guy we were talking about, right? Ahmad Baba that wrote it.
yeah, yeah, yeah. It's
The
the
one I
same.
was
It's
trying
the
to,
same
yeah.
person.
Right, because the reason why I asked that, I'm glad. So in Arabic, because some of the I read somewhere that even the term Yoruba is probably, it's possible it's of Mande origin, which is Great River, and meaning River Niger, Yoluba, Yoliba. So I'm just trying to, like, connect the dots. So because that origin, the name Yoruba, its origins root is still shrouded in mystery. So I'm trying to piece it together to see, because
Yeah, you're absolutely correct, Mr. Ojo, and that is a great debate that has been going on for a while. But if we decide to go into that now, I mean,
okay.
that's worthy of a whole different section. But
Okay. All
thank
right.
you for
You're welcome.
teasing our minds with that bit of information. It's
All
something
right.
for people to go and research.
Okay.
I
I'll
think
yield now.
now is
All
a
right.
I
good
mean, so
time
Joe,
for.
we'll get in touch with you to actually plan a session together. So everybody, welcome to the Yoruba Nation. As you all can see, if you come here, if your brain comes in not full, it's going to leave overflowing with knowledge. You can see how our historians are actually going through it at it. We are dealing with slavery. In fact, when we started this, we thought this was going to be tough. It's tough, but hey, we are having an honest conversation. Remember, we are talking about the 14, 15, 16, 17, 18th century, 100. That's why we are bouncing around. We're going to have another session for 1800 only. Then that's going to be loaded. That's probably where the emotions are going to be poured in. Take this as introduction. If you are not following this house, look at the green icon, and please look at all the moderators on the stage. Click follow and follow so that you can enjoy the next session. So, Mr. Olukotun, over to you, sir.
Yes, I mean, as my brother Jibaba has said, it's been an interesting session so far. We've covered a broad timeline, but I think for me, it's one of the things that's very important for us to take away from this is this conspiracy against us as a people. You know, we are victims of this game that we were not even participating in. We had our empires, we had our city states, we were doing our commerce, we were doing our own thing in peace and prosperity. Up until even the 1400s, we were actually trading with these Europeans that were conspiring, to enslave us, but we were not aware. And we saw as how these events were unfolding little by little, and we did not really understand what was going on until it became too late. So the reason why we're teaching ourselves these things is to learn about ourselves and to really figure out where we fit in this puzzle of the world, and how to arm ourselves with knowledge so that we can navigate the realities that we face, and so that we can, engage more intelligently as we aspire for a greater collective prosperity. Um, in the next session, my brother Bonka will narrow it down. This is Yoruba Nation. Will narrow it down to how all these dramas, all these plots and settings, how ultimately it manifests in our own reality as Yoruba people. But before then, I think this is a good time for us for a brief interlude. If our brother Akara Ogunwejo Tebale Bawa to play orin láti Júbà Olókun, to pay tribute one more time to the sea, Olókun, where many of our ancestors met their end, and even those that did not meet their end at the sea, they suffered, a gruesome experience, tra- you know, traveling over that large body of water from one continent to the other. And for those who made it back, I can only imagine, the trauma that will be going through their minds as they're making their return journey. So, just as an interlude, if we can just pay tribute one more time to our ancestors, in form of paying tribute to Olokun, the sea, the deity of the sea.
Yeah, and Dr. Goddess, just so you know, this is the eulogy to the goddess of the sea, as we said. Mr. Akarogun, over to you, sir. Mr. Akarogun, are you there? Okay, while Mr. Akarogun is getting ready, once again, this is the Yoruba Nation. If you are not already following the moderators, please follow us. And Mr. Akarogun, if you are ready, just blink your mic. So after this interlude, we're going to take this over to Bonka. And Bonka is going to now dive into the Oyo Empire. So, Mr. Karogun, are you there? Or should we go ahead? Anyway, Bonka, I'll give this to you. And when Mr. Karogun is ready, you let us.
Yes, now let's bring this home. Let's bring this
Okay,
home. Yeah.
Mr.
Okay.
Akarogun is here. Yeah.
ẹ má bínú
Oh,
ẹ
you know,
mò
can
ń
I?
ṣe nǹkan méjì papọ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan òun ló fà á mi ì gbọ́ nǹkan gbogbo nǹkan tẹ́ ẹ sọ kí n má ṣe kí n má parọ́ fún yín.
The Olokun, the same Olokun, the eulogy you played earlier. Can you play it again, please, sir?
Ah, ok, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni mo lè ó ṣeé ṣe ẹ
Go
ṣe.
ahead,
Yeah,
sir.
Just before you go, Dr. Goddess wanted to say something.
yeah, I had a couple of questions. One, I wanted to know with the Fula, were they like, so all I heard was that like they were lighter skinned, and I guess I was just wondering, like, obviously, this came from admixture, but did they start off like darker skinned and then they mixed with people and became lighter skinned and then came back, or are they just described as having had some admixture early on in their ancestry and then arrived? I wasn't clear on that
Uh,
aspect.
yeah. So this is how I'll put it. The typical original Fulas were lighter skinned, and they originally come from the Senegambia region. Straddling,
They
you
were
know,
actually red skin.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So the polar means red. So that's the
Yeah.
yeah.
Uh,
Well, I mean, light-skinned people under the sun tend to turn tend to be red. But yeah, lighter skin, relatively more silky hair. More of the Euro-Asian, Euro-Arab features. What's typical of Euro-Asian, Euro-Arab features. But definitely there's some admixture with native Africans. But for what's really important, Dr. is nobody even knows where they come from. Even Fullers themselves cannot tell you categorically that this is our homeland or this is our origin. It's like everybody else has the ancestral lands that no one disputes, but it's a mystery to all the native peoples where they come from, and even they are very ambiguous as to what their origins are. Many people have likened them to the gypsies of Africa. So some say they are actually related to European gypsies, and they're just the European gypsies that are on the other side of the Mediterranean, and they just happen to be in Africa. So to to a- to answer your question, there's a lot of mystery around their origins.
And please, to the audience, if you are not sharing this room, please share it. We have 85 people here. If 85 of you share this, we want as many people to listen to this. This is very educational and is a very important information we are having here. So, Dr. Goddess, over to you before we go to Akaraogu.
Sure. So thank you for telling me about the mysterious origins of Fula people. And I didn't know that Fula meant red. It makes, oh, there's just so much here. So I was also I'll tell you a personal anecdote in a second, but I was also wondering how this might fare with Sheikh Anta Diop's notion that, African people produce about 5 to 7 types of people from themselves. Are their origins that mysterious, or, are they just another type of people that African people produce?
So, I've struggled with that, Dr. Goddess, but it will be how likely is it that there'll be the one unique phenotype in a huge landmass that we all have pretty much the same phenotype in one certain West African area.
Uh, can I jump in here? Because that's a
Oh,
very
please,
interesting question.
please do.
I'm not an historian, but these type of things are very interesting to me, as you must already know that in the northern part of Africa, we actually do have white people there. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's some mix up. I mean, when you look at the Moroccans, the Algerians, I don't know, they are not Fullers for sure, but they exist there for so many years, and they are still Africans. So, but one thing that maybe No, comes, they're not Africans. well, I will leave it to you to help us clarify that. But apparently, they call themselves Africans. I'm sorry, they call themselves Africans. And I've heard one historian, this is also a black historian, it's a very popular video on YouTube. This guy actually was intervening in a discussion between a black girl who is from maybe Congo or something like that against another African who is a Moroccan. And the black guy was saying that that guy was not an African, and this black historian who is from Arab, I suppose he's maybe Ethiopian, Arabian, or an American actually, but actually knows the history of every African origin, and he actually intervened in that engagement and clarified how those people came to be. These people that were denying that they are not Africans. I'm sure this could be another discussion entirely, but I just want to put it out there that these guys claim they are Africans. You can't deny them. So they're saying, even though they are white. So, but the other thing here is that I heard a scientist recently on the radio about 2 weeks ago. There were actually, these scientists found something that has never been found before, a situation where they found the bones of Neanderthals in the Arabian area, that is in the Mediterranean area, which is a little bit strange because you will know that Neanderthals origin were supposed to be in the Europe, not in Africa. So, there's a lot of things that, maybe we'll have to go beyond stories. We'll have to go into science to actually bring these things to bear.
because we also know that the Europe and Africa that we know today, that has this, forgotten what they call that, separation between them. Probably there was no separation in the past. I don't know. I'm not a scientist to prove that, but there are several stories that might suggest that that separation wasn't there in the past. And as well, there has been a lot of things that have happened to this earth where some, some islands or some continents has actually disappeared, like the Seymour, I don't know what they call that, that place where if you look at a place like Madagascar, actually Asian people in Madagascar. So how do you argue that now? All of these things. I mean, there's still a lot of things that I even personally am very interested in information that could help clarify all of these things. That's just what I would like to add to that.
Thank
But
you
I'm not an
so.
expert.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Abiodun. In fact, we always like this additional wisdom in our midst because we don't know it all. So Mr. Karogun, John Chirolong, help us with the Olokun. So, Dr. Goddess, this is the spiritual part of this conversation. This is in honor of our ancestors, the ones that died in the ocean. Mr. Karogun, over to you, sir. Looks like whenever we want Mr. Karogun, it's not always around.
It is in the spirit.
So, Gonka, over to you again.
Okay, we're going into something
Wait,
different.
share, go ahead. Share.
Òfun nàgbénàgbà o àjànà mọ́ tipẹ́tipẹ́. Òfun nàgbénàgbà o àjànà mọ́ tipẹ́tipẹ́. Adé afọlọ́kun sẹ̀ní adé nígbà tó rọjà Èjìgbò mẹ́kùn lọ́rẹ̀ẹ́ dáfá.
Èmi ní àkàrà
oríkọ̀ ọ̀bàràkọ̀ èjì ògbékọ̀ wọn ò dáfá fọlọ́kun. Èjì ọ̀ràngún méjèèjì ó fa ìkórìíra dáfá ológun o. Ajé wọlé ọlá wọlé ó dẹni iyì ó dẹni ẹ̀yẹ ilá wa gorí ẹ̀gbọ́n rẹ̀ so. Àwa kò ṣàìfà ìkórìíra fárí ajé ló tù ú fẹ́ lọ́jà Èjìgbò mẹ́kùn. Ire ajé wọlé ire owó wọlé ire ọlá wọlé àfà ìkórìíra gbáre. Òfun nàgbénàgbà wò ó àjànà mọ́ tipẹ́. Ajé o, ajé olókun, ajé o, ajé ọjà Ifẹ̀, ajé ọjà Èjìgbò mẹ́kùn, ajé. Ọ̀sẹ̀ funfun sẹ́sẹ́sẹ́, ọ̀sẹ̀ funfun sẹ́sẹ́sẹ́, ọ̀sẹ̀ funfun sẹ́sẹ́sẹ́ babaláwo ajé ló ní fàkàjé nígbà tó ń tìkọ̀lé ọ̀run bọ̀ wá sáyé. Wọ́n ní ajé rúbọ kó o gbà yìí, ajé rúbọ kó o pẹ́ láyé, ajé rúbọ kó o gba ìsinmi.
Èmi ní àkàrà oògùn.
Àwáyé níyì lórúkọ tí wọ́n ń pè fá. Àníyì káyé lórúkọ bá mi Ọ̀nìrìṣà. Yíyẹ ní yẹyẹlé, ẹ̀yẹ ní tọmọ ẹyẹ. Alágẹmọ kì í bá wọn kú ní rèwerèwe. Kí n lówó, kí n lọ́lá, kémi ní, kí n lẹ́yẹ, kí n bá wọn fèrè kí n jókòó. Ọ̀sẹ̀ funfun sẹ́sẹ́sẹ́, ọ̀sẹ̀ funfun sẹ́sẹ́sẹ́, ọ̀sẹ̀ funfun sẹ́sẹ́sẹ́ ní bàbá ní bàbá ní bàbá.
Ajé òkùnkùn ní so ní sọ́bògì. Ajé tó bá ń bẹ nípò àwùsí èdè lóní kò dé. Tó bá ń bẹ ní dòrò màwùsí ọ̀wọ̀wọ̀ lóní kò mọ̀mọ́ tí ẹ bọ̀. Tó tó o bá ń bẹ níwọ̀n rẹ̀ bí ojúmọ́ rẹ tí mo wá kó pọ̀ ọmọ sọ̀sẹ̀ rárá. ajé ta múròkó ta múra dẹ́ ajé la múrò lọ́gìnìgìnì aṣọ ọ̀ràdà o. ajé tí mo bá pè ọ́ títí máa pè ọ́ lóhùn ìfẹ́ o. abiwere sekebele sẹ́nu gbọ̀gbọ̀. abiwere lórí sekebele sekebele lórí sẹ́nu gbọ̀gbọ̀.
ìgbésẹ̀ ọlọ́jà èkúrú ọ̀rọ̀ tí mo sọ àsọgbé
Mr. Karogo, thank you.
omi wọ́n yanrìn
So this is in honor of our foreign heroes, our ancestors, the ones that fell in the sea. Mr. Gonka, over to you.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. We want to go into Oyo Empire and what led to its destruction, what led to its fall. Now, we're tying this we're tying this down to the 1800s because at this period, over 80% of slaves that were taken across the Atlantic in the 1800s were Yoruba people. At this time, slaves have become highly prized because there was a law prohibiting slave trade across the Atlantic. In America, this is where I guess Dr. Goddess and I will have a clash because, like I said earlier, George Washington took over America, and I think he had this dilemma in his hands. As an individual, I think he did not like the institution of slavery. Being a great devotee, George Washington was a devotee of the Egyptian spirituality. And the ancient Egyptians, especially during the age of the Apis bull, they did not believe in man cruelty to another man. In fact, they believed that there was this female. One of the concepts that made justice feminine in nature came from Egypt, and it went to France, and the Americans too embraced it. If you notice, the statue of Lady Liberty came from France, and it's not a coincidence that she's made to be a female, because the giver of justice in the old Egyptian spirituality was a woman, and her name was Mat, Maat. So it was believed that when people die, what they did on earth will be weighed on a scale and then a feather. So it's called the feathers of Mars. And so most of these people, a lot of the things that they're not supposed to do to their fellow human beings on earth included cruelty that slavery did. So I doubted that Egyptians would have enslaved people the way the Bible said they did enslave the Israelites and had them flogged and whipped. I really, looking at Egyptian spirituality, it's a tough thing to embrace. But of course, that's my personal opinion. Uh, but so what I was trying to say is that George Washington himself started to inherit slaves at the age of 11. And one of the things I think happened to him was that he it was a time when he did not want to offend the southern people. The America was in a fragile situation. There were threats that people wanted to break away. The wealth of the southern bloc came mostly from slavery. So I think he didn't want to ruffle those feathers. But you would know that he did enact a law that forbade America to engage in slave trade. They're not supposed to go in and have their ships and go out there, and I think it was 1894, if I'm correct, that the law was made that Americans were not supposed to be part of the mercantile slaves going to Africa to bring in slaves. He also made a law that when he dies, that his children, his slaves, should not be inherited, that they should all be free, that they should not be part of his estate to be given over. But anyway, that's I just wanted to put it out there. But let's move into your empire. Uh,
Wait.
yes.
Yes, before moving. So I understand. First of all, I do understand the. Thank you for explaining also the attention to Egyptology and to those symbols, because African Americans are frequently criticized for paying undue attention, apparently, to Egypt. But we shouldn't be, because for all the reasons that you said. I mean, this obsession with Egypt by some of the so called founding fathers and other people, including how our currency was shaped, the pyramids on the back, of our dollars, the symbols. They all shape America. Egypt and some of these philosophies are part and parcel of the creation of America. I mean, even in Tennessee, we have a city called Memphis. I mean, there's so much.
Exactly.
And but I will say that this idea, I mean, look, we pointed out that, these people, they knew that slavery was wrong. And I get it that George Washington was literally born into being a slave master. There were many children that were born into being slave masters, and they were also given authority as children, um, to literally like exert their authority over the slaves. So they were literally like trained to do that. They were like little apprentices in their families. But at the same time, when George Washington became an adult, the issue is that he did have control, over his family and over his estate, and he could have done a number of different things, you know. But he didn't. And he also was the second largest slaveholder. It's not like, he just felt conflicted about a few people. So the fact of the matter is, in spite of his feelings and in spite of the basis of his spirituality, his actions dictated ultimately how he really felt. So I don't, to be honest, as we say, like, I don't care, what his feelings were. Like, F your feelings. You still maintain slavery, and you still perpetuated, one of the greatest crimes against humanity. And the thing is that, and like I said, there were so many options, right? Because um so like Thomas Jefferson eventually, freed Sally Hemings, right? But there were just so many options that George Washington could have taken. He could have stopped he could have stopped his slaves, right, from going into other people's inheritance. He could have freed people who were older. He could have freed children. He could have, I mean, like literally, the world was his oyster when it comes to slavery. And so I beg Banka once again on George Washington. Um, yeah, yeah. And then, and then of course we have the story about George Washington who never lies and blah 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 blah. But I mean, yeah, I just had to say that. And I think there was something else that I wanted to express. Well, I've been reminded also, speaking of spirituality, this is a good entrance. I've been reminded to tell you all that, one, that voodoo and hoodoo was a very important part of the culture in Haiti, which actually served as the basis for their liberation, and continuing on into North America, and definitely, you already know about Brazil and South America. And then also, when Haiti freed itself, um, the whites that were fleeing from Haiti that came to the Americas, they tried to get into South Carolina. And this is a nugget that I learned relatively recently in the Black Jacobins room, where we're reading Black Reconstruction, and I definitely invite you all there. Um, I learned that South Carolina did not let even those whites in to South Carolina because Haiti's revolution was so impactful, did not want for the word to spread from these white people who were freeing Haiti about the Haitian Revolution. Those whites ended up having to travel all the way up to Baltimore, where they were then led into the United States. So, this is how impactful, African spirituality is. This is how impactful our political organization is. And, dare I say it, this is how impactful Pan Africanism is, because Haiti made a deliberate attempt to come and get us, to come and purchase us, to provide us with land, to rescue us in many different ways. So, yeah, I just wanted to say all those things. And then I was also reminded to share that I talked about the trickster figure earlier, and I talked about Brer Rabbit um, in Africanisms in America, which is an excellent, excellent book. I really, really recommend every single person in this room get that book. Brer Rabbit, the legacy of Brer Rabbit is Disney's, wait, I don't know if it's Disney, maybe it's Warner, I think it's Warner Brothers, Bugs Bunny. So all the different ways that, we exhibit our culture, it gets basically stolen and commercialized, by white Americans. And sadly, Warner Brothers is not only the producer, of like these Bugs Bunny cartoons, but Warner Brothers is also the producers of these ideas of Africans as cannibals. There were a lot of cartoons showing Africans with bones in their noses and sitting at a pot, and having and like cooking people, cooking white people, of course. And there's always this element of the picnic, of the cannibal, of the uncivilized African person, and that would be one of the earlier and more mainstream images that African Americans would receive about African people. It's the cartoons, it's the Hollywood films, and other than like direct interaction, right, with an African person, you wouldn't have that. So, what's really important too about slavery is that in the Caribbean, you had a steady influx of African people coming into the Caribbean. And one of the reasons for that is because slavery was so brutal during in the Caribbean that they just decided to work people to death, and then they would just refresh the population. In North America, they decided at one point to stop importing those Africans into the Americas, and then they focused on breeding internally. So that's how you get, roughly 400,000 Africans who were brought to the Americas. And then from the breeding, of even half of the population, from anywhere from 8 to 13 children, that's where you get the 4 million people by 1865. So it's really important for us to understand the differences in slavery as well as, these continuing traditions. So I just wanted to say those things. Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you, Dr. Goddess. And I've been trying to win Bunker over from George Washington to John Adams. So let me read in the word of John Adams, right? He said, I have through my life held the practice of slavery in such abhorrence that I have never owned a Negro or any other slave, though I have lived for many years in times when the practice was not disgraceful, when the best men in my vicinity thought it was not inconsistent with their character, and when it has cost me thousands of dollars for the labor and subsistence of free men, which I might have saved by purchase of Negroes at the time when they were very, very cheap. You see, I like John Adams because he's not such a good writer, but he's a very intelligent man, and he influenced Jefferson a lot. In fact, Jefferson was not that intelligent, but he's a good writer. So the combination of those two, even though they are rivalries, actually was what led to the Emancipation document. And I always respect John Adams, and he instilled that in his kids to the point where Quincy himself does not have slave. So Bunker, over to you.
Yes, thank you. Right. So, like as we were saying, by the 1800s, Denmark and Great Britain they've made laws that forbade slavery. There, however, remained the Portuguese, and they still had their large estates in South America, current day Brazil, and the restrictions led to an increase in the price of African slaves. Because, as you know, when something becomes a contraband, it becomes excuse my word, that's not the right word to use. what's the better word? Or when something becomes for like when the sale of something becomes outlawed, that price becomes kind of more because you get it in the black market, kind of. So now the this started to decline, and we're talking about the 1800s. So the prices kind of drastically increased, and this coincided with the period of the fall of Yoruba country. I will continue to use the word country. Yoruba was a country, so I'm not sure. Um, even though the British came and messed things up, that was a country of its own at that time. So it started to decline in the early 1800s because of internal rivalry among the Oyo nobility. Now, the breach of law and order in Yoruba country made it possible for invaders to raid and pillage the country for slaves in the 1800s. And over 80% of slaves transported across the Atlantic at this point came from that Yoruba country. And the largest coastal lines for slave ship at that time was the Bight of Benin and Bight of Biafra. I'm going to read page 142 of a book called Transformations in Slavery, a history of slavery in Africa. And I'm going to read just to give a perspective of this before we go into the history, because it's going to be very detailed. So now, page 142 says, so it
Vanka,
says, the slaves,
Vanka,
yes,
which book are you reading from? Which book are you
uh,
reading from?
Transformations in Slavery, a history of slavery in Africa.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. So it says, the slaves exported from the Bight of Benin in the 19th century was approximately 445,000 people, representing 11.5% of the Atlantic trade. They were heavily Yoruba in origin, although there were also some Muslims from further north. In the 1820s and 1830s, Oyo, which had been so closely associated with the export of slaves in the 18th century, collapsed, and throughout the 19th century, Dahomey and various Yoruba warlords fought among themselves in an effort to establish a centralized state in the region. The Oyo nobility had relied on Muslim slaves in the military, and these Muslims became involved in Oyo politics, first as supporters of one group of warlords and then as independent factor. The crucial split occurred in 1817 when the Muslims, who dominated the cavalry, were called into action against the Oyo aristocracy. The autonomy gained in the uprising weakened Oyo, which suffered reversals at the hands of the subject provinces, while the defeat and collapse of Owu, long, long a loyal ally of Oyo in the south, poured many more slaves to the market between 1818 and 1823. The Muslim faction in Oyo allied itself to other Muslims further to the north, and from a stronghold at Ilori, destroyed the Oyo capital in the mid 1830s. It might be argued that the Yoruba war were fought only for political reasons. Indeed, the struggle for political supremacy was paramount in the minds of the warlords, but the political dimension also included enslavement as an effective weapon in destroying the independence of rival factions. Now, the reason why I read this is because we're going to go into a complicated history of Yoruba country, and I wanted Mars to follow along first by reading first. Now, Yoruba country was confederate. It was a confederal structure in nature. Each of them was, in his own right, was an independent country within a larger faction, but by far the largest um, group in terms of land mass, military might, and all is your Empire. Oyo was an empire within this region. At its peak, it had over about 1,000 cities under it, and it commanded and controlled trade routes all the way to the banks of River Niger at Jeba, at a place called Ogodo. It also controlled a large part of the coastal parts to the west, and we're talking of Ajashe and Porto Novo. Actually, Ajashe is Porto Novo, Dahomey and Ajashe. So there was a 4 year jihad.
Even to Togo, don't forget, even all the way to what is
Yes,
present day Togo at
Togo is
border.
Porto Novo.
No, Togo is Atakpame, bordering the Ashanti
Okay,
land.
okay, yes, then yes, true, true, yes. So it also controlled a large part of the River Niger to the north. Now it was a fortified military base. It's hard to penetrate Oyo at that time. So now there was a 4-year jihad which started from 1804 and ended in 1808 in Sokoto, and it led to the annexation of the largest landmass in that region, and 3 capitals were founded by the new Fulani Caliphate. One was at Sokoto, the other was at Gwandu, and then the third one was at Adamawa. So now this was what happened at that time. The slaves they were taking from that point, they were selling them to the north through the caravan trade route in the Sahara Desert. But then they discovered how rich it was to sell slaves by the coast, and people have told that to Bello, who was the son of Usman Dan Fodio. And I believe we read about it in our one of our older sessions, what he was saying when they told him. And let me quickly read that again. It's always interesting to hear him talk about how much he coveted that beautiful country called Yoruba. And this was what Sultan Bello said. He said, Yoruba is an extensive province containing rivers, forests, sands, and mountains, and also a great many wonderful and extraordinary things. In it, the talking green bird called babaga is found. By the side of this province, there is an anchorage or harbor for the ships of the Christians who used to go there to purchase slaves. These slaves are exported from our country and sold to the people of Yoruba, who sold them to the Christians, who exported them to the New World. So this was what he observed, and there was an obsession for the Fulani Caliphate to actually conquer until they buried the Quran in the sea. So Bello usually supported campaigns against Yoruba country provided by the cavalry soldiers at Ilorin. Anytime there's an invasion into the interiors, he was always giving them soldiers and stuff like that to do it. Now, how did this happen? There was a warlord at Ilorin, and we've talked about him. His name was Afonja. He wanted to have his own private militia, and he coveted the cavalry structure of the Fulani people, right? So he brought them together and he started to use them to invade his countrymen, so that he can display his independence. But they now turned against him and did a palace coup, and then took Ilorin from him and killed him. Now they now started to breach Yoruba land. They started to take over space by space of Yoruba land. Now, the way Oyo Empire was structured, the vassal states will have 3 things going on. It's either they are military bases, or they are merchant cities, or they are farm settlements. Those were the 3. So now, in places like now, some of them are in 2. A place like Ogbomoso, for example, you will consider that to be a military base, as well as a farm base. A place like Ogodo, to the Jeba banks, you consider that to be a farm base, as well as a merchant base, as well as a military base. So these were all, but they were all in all, there were about 1,000 of them. But he had a couple of generals. That is the Alafin of Oyo. He had a couple of generals that were warlords, and so anytime he went to war, he would call them to come and join him, and so that they can go into war. But now this is what happened during this period. The warlords were a little bit worried because they didn't want power consolidated to the king. They were independent in their rights in a way, and because of the problem going on, the king wanted to consolidate his kingdom. So this is where the dilemma came from. Rather than them to unite under their king and go to war and face a common enemy, they constantly breached the war because they were scared of the outcome of this war. Now, the first king that tried to fight that war was another king of Oyo called Amodo. He was a direct descendant of warrior kings, one of the great kings during the warrior empires, and his name was Ajagbo. He made two attempts to unite his people against Ilorin invasion and
Ajagbo,
Kajagbo.
Ajagbo.
So he was a direct descendant of Ajagbo, and Ajagbo was a warrior king, very powerful warrior king. So he made a lot of attempts to stop the invasion, but at his time, Oyo fell from the mighty empire it was into a vassal state of Ilorin, an embarrassing fall from grace from a once majestic empire that stood as a jewel of the lower Niger. Oyo used to be like the old Paris of that region. People went there to learn the art of nobility, the art of fashion. So to watch it become a vassal state of alien conquerors was a big shame. So now the Ilorin people invaded Oyo and looted all its treasuries. They went into all the sacred places, went into all the museums there, and looted everything and took it back with them to Ilorin. Now there was a head slave for the emir who now went there and forced everybody in Oyo to accept Islam as their religion, forced them to take new names. Now they started to breach all the neighboring cities. They breached the Senyi, they breached the Kirun, and they breached all the way there, and there was a fall of law and order. Now, these places were the corridors that they started to use in their attempts to get access to capture slaves and take them to the coast. Starman, are you there? Starman. Oh, he's not here. I wanted to, because he has a very good grasp of how the Fulani people used to do their invasions, but I guess he's not here. But I'm
Yeah,
going.
Bunker.
Okay, yes.
Right.
So Starman, there was a man that was captured. His name was Ajayi Crowder. I wanted you to
Yeah.
give us a perspective of how the Fulani people used to do their raids into the interiors of Yoruba land at that time, the structure they use and things like that, if possible.
Okay. Um. First things first. The Fulani, they had the largest cavalry in the region, and they were armed with muskets supplied via North Africa, from the Ottomans.
The Ottomans, yeah.
And they used to have slave raiding expeditions that would last 2 to 3 months into the south. So apparently they used to get orders for slaves. Slave raiding wasn't just something they just wake up, oh, we feel like it, and it was seasonal and to order. So now once they had an order, or it was time of the season, and the Sultan felt he needed slaves, he would summon one of his emirs, and then they would dispatch them with a cavalry, like a regiment or something like that. And then, they preferred the dry season, because the wet season, the ground was too heavy for their horses. Like, I guess the soil was loose from all the water, and so their horses would struggle. And what they would
And
do,
then there was the rivers overflowing, and also they like to use fire, so they like everything dry.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And also in the dry season, the fly problem wasn't as bad as in the wet season, just like even with the mosquito problem as well. But so what they'll do is they'll approach a village, and they'll wait around the village till it was dark. And while while they were waiting for it to get dark, they'll start making their preparation, which was basically, they obviously they would have surveyed the village. So they'll position themselves in the best place for what they were planning to do, but kind of like in a semicircle around the village from one side, all hidden in the bush, or anything that will obscure their presence. And then they'll wait for the village, everyone to fall asleep, maybe around 3 o'clock or 4, when everyone was deep asleep. They'll now send 3 or 4 of their men from the opposite end, opposite where they've surrounded. Those ones now ride into the village, shooting their muskets, shouting their Mohammedan war cry, and throwing fire on the thatch roofs of all the huts in the villages. So people would just start running out in panic, commotion, running haywire. And because the gunshots were coming from one end of the village, the villagers tended to run away from the gunshots, not knowing they were actually running into the main Fulani net, which was that semicircle they'd set up around the village. And then as people ran towards them, obviously the young men will try and, when they realize, what's going on, some sort of ambush, the young men will try and resist. And they will always make sure to make brutal example of those ones to cast fear. Once they did that, very quickly, everyone that, had fallen into the trap just became pacified. And then they now started their selection process, selecting the healthy ones from, young enough age to age enough that they felt you were still capable of doing work. And then when they finish selecting, they'll kill all the remaining old men and women and then burn everything, the old men and women that they killed and the entire village, to stop them from going to warn the next village that was going to get raided during that expedition. Yeah. And while now, as they're raiding, they start yoking everyone up. Uh, then they well, from the pictures, they used to use like those wooden yokes, and and it start marching you across, across the region to the, as they are slave raiding, or even after the slave raiding expedition, marching you back to Sokoto or to any other destination where they needed to deliver the orders. Now, on that march back, that march was hell because first of all, they only fed you enough just so that you didn't die. They weren't trying to feed you to keep you fat. Just fed you enough so that
What did they do to the babies?
right. Okay. So before I even get to the babies, now, so as you're marching and then you get tired, maybe you can't walk anymore. Next thing, start whipping you. You find strength somehow. You get up again, continue. But if you stop to the point where they whip you, you're not moving. Perfect example. One of the soldiers will just pull you up, unyoke you. Either they run their sword through you or chop off your head. And then if you're a young mother with a baby and your baby at some point, either from stress or hunger or exhaustion, because remember, no more bedtime and bedtime stories. And your baby is now out of control, crying, yeah, yeah, yeah. And they keep warning you, keep the baby quiet, keep the baby quiet, keep the baby. And you somehow you can't keep this baby quiet anymore. At some stage, one of the soldiers just comes, snatch the baby from your hand. One of two things: either run a sword through the baby, or grab the baby by the legs, find the nearest stone or tree, and smash the baby's head. Yeah, these people were brutal, man. Jeez, I mean, I remember when I used to read this stuff. Sometimes I'll stop reading and start crying. Seriously, I'll stop reading and start crying.
Chairman, thanks for that
Yeah.
summary. And wait,
Wow.
Bonka, hold on. Bonka, hold
That
on.
is
Yeah.
very, very graphic. Should have given like a.
Warning.
No, giving us a warning. I didn't know it would
Hey,
be that bad.
Oh, sorry.
Dr. Goddess,
Sorry.
before you go, hold on, guys. Dr. Goddess, we were talking about the Fulanis in Nigeria. What Starman just described is exactly how the Earthmen currently
Exactly,
in this present day
exactly.
attack cities. That's exactly the same way. It's not
It
changed,
hasn't changed.
except this time
This
around it's for the land, it's not for slaves.
Well, sadly,
even the same burning of villages, they still burn villages today. They still bore open pregnant women. They are still, their mindset is still in that 1700 or 18th century. They haven't changed.
well, I mean, since we're focused on slavery in this room, I just want to reiterate that this is exactly what Black women experienced on the slave plantation in the United States. There were definitely people who had their babies cut out of their stomachs. Um, there were Black women who were lynched while pregnant. And so I'm glad that we're exploring these like horrors, right, against humanity, because you see a lot of the behavior is similar. And this is just a fact. that this is exactly what we experienced on the slave plantation. And that's why we're adamant about what we're owed, and adamant about telling our stories, and adamant about anybody else who wants to belittle or diminish what we experience, because we know, in spite of all the other people who want to denigrate or in some ways sort of, I want to say like belittle our experience, we know that nobody else experienced chattel slavery in the way that we experienced chattel slavery. So even the outlining of these cruelties, if you feel like you had to stop reading and cry, well, we've experienced those.
Dr. Goddess, I was reading about a woman, doctors, well, a doctor, he will take slave women in America, and while they are still alive, he will be cutting their skins to check out their tissues and then documenting them, cutting their stomach. Did you ever read about that? One of these doctors.
I did.
Yes, yes,
Did.
Mhm.
that's
Yes,
actually where
And
they came up with this and this pain medication and
yes.
all those stuff.
And he would watch them cry and pretend as if it's a goat crying, and oh no, wow.
I also I always forget some details, but I wanted to, this is for you, Bonka, but I wanted to remind everybody in the room that George Washington literally used his slaves' teeth as his dentures. So when we talk about our relationship being parasitic to, these white Americans, it's a very real thing. Literally, he took his slaves' teeth and wore them as his dentures. One of my good friends has written a story about uh, those teeth. I'll see if I can find a link, and it's something that we should know about and read about. So that's another thing, Bonka, is that George Washington felt so bad with his Egyptian inspired spirituality that he had no problem wearing his own slaves' teeth. So there's that.
Once
Wow.
once
Okay.
again, guys, welcome to
Yeah.
the
I
Yoruba
think Bunker
Nation.
just got served.
So,
I did. It's shocking.
guys, welcome to the Yoruba Nation. If any one of you have ever wondered why are these guys asking or thinking of the Yoruba Nation, this right there is exactly why. We do not share this kind of barbaric behavior with anybody. We have gone through a lot together with our brothers and sisters in the Americas, in Europe, and every part of the world. And we are still going through it today. But we are saying no more. So as a result, we are saying Yoruba Nation is what we want. And here, only here, are we able to stop all this barbaric behavior, defend our people, increase the dignity of our women. And it doesn't mean we're not going to have crime, but we can deal with our crime and our criminals. If you are not following this house, look at the green icon on top, click on it, follow the Yoruba Nation, and please follow all the moderators here and share this room to your friends, your enemies, and your for your to your side chick, your side husband. Let them hear about this so we can all be aware. So Bonka, over to you, sir.
Yes, thank you.
Tell
So
me,
now this
away,
is
side chick, side husband,
mm,
away.
mm. So what really happened now is that the the breach of law and order in Yoruba country started to serve the interest of ambitious people, because now that the Ilorin had taken over and they started to invade with their cavalries all the cities to the north, they started to annex them into their estates, and then started to use them as the corridors for slave trade. Now, these people now realize that there is a lot of wealth that can be made from selling slaves, and they went rogue with the Ilorin Caliphate as well. And the man on the throne at that time was Emir Abdusalam, a direct son of Emir Shita. Shita was not really an emir; he was a shehu. But the first person to now become officially a king was his firstborn, and his name was Abdusalam. He actually went over to the Sokoto Caliphate at Gwandu and got a flag from Usman Danfodio's brother, Abudakar Danfodio. Now, this was what happened. There was a city called Oshogun. Oshogun is a city in current day Osun State. There was a noble family, a family that came from the nobility, and it's the family of Samuel Ajayi Crowther. So Samuel Ajayi Crowther grew up in this Oshogun region, and his father was a he was his maternal descendants was with Abiodun. So Abiodun had a daughter, and the daughter was the grandmother of Ajayi Crowther's father. That's a complicated one. But maternally, from his father's side, he was he was a descendant of Abiodun. His mother was a priestess of Oshun, a priestess of Obatala. So now they hold the secret of cloth weaving, a very very sacred business. Then those who understood the secret were very wealthy, and it was passed from generation to generation, from father to son. So he came from that very wealthy family, and they lived like the 1%, the noble settings of that time. His place called the Shogun was invaded by the same Fuller Mohammedans, and they burnt down the city, and they took him, they took his family, they took his sister, they took his mom, and they took every one of them. Now, as they started to match them, exactly the graphics that Starman explained, that's exactly what you saw going on, and he was documenting it in his story. The first place they took him to was Iseyin. By this time, Iseyin had been breached and had fallen into the hands of the Mohammedans. And now, from there, they took him to Ikirun. It was from that place now that they separated him from his family. And he said that was the last time he ever saw them. And it was from here they now took him to Ijaye. Ijaye was one of the cities down to the coast, and this was one of the reasons why when the militias, the Morodas, they call them Morodas, when they left Oyo finally, one of the places they came after was Ijaye because of this role they played in this slave trade. And finally, they took him to Ijebu. From Ijebu, they were going to cross him into Lagos so that they can sell him to the Portuguese slave trader. Now, one of the things that
Bonka, you are in the matrix.
oh,
Can you?
okay.
So while Bonka is refreshing, this is the Yoruba Nation. We have this YouTube link pinned up, and that was
Yeah.
the story told by one of our brothers here. And okay, and after that is removed, you're going to see this streaming live on YouTube. Please share the room, share this session, and Bonka, are you back?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me well?
Over to you. So please
Yes.
follow the moderators and the room.
Yes. So now that's what happened. They from there, he said that while he was at Popo Kingdoms and they were shipping, and then at Ijebu before they shipped him to Lagos, he said they were telling him about all the gruesome things that happened to them. Just the Brazilian slave colony was really terrible. They used to tie them with iron clads on their face so that they can't eat sugarcane. So before they go to the sugarcane plantations, they will use the ironclads on their face and then they'll padlock it to their back. So as their saliva was drooling from their mouth, it will be oozing all over it because they can't swallow it back because it's glued straight all the way to their face. And they also had things on their neck that made it impossible for them to be able to sleep. And some of them had been returning with the help of the British, and they were talking about how one of them was talking about how he was made to walk so bad, bending down to till the ground, that he could never stand up straight again because of the way he bent down so much every day. So these were the things that he was listening, and he said that as they were taking him to they were taking him to Lagos, he said the thought of suicide was coming to his head. He wanted to jump into the sea and kind of end his life. But he said he never really got that courage to do it. And we're talking of a young boy. We're talking of a 12-year-old boy, not an adult at all. No, he said that he was in Lagos for about a couple of weeks, and every time there was a white settlement in Lagos at that time on the island, around what we know as Yaba today. And he said every time he went there and he saw a white man, he said his skin would just fly out of him in fear. And that was how paranoid he was for a long time, until finally he was put on the slave ship and en route on his way to to Brazil. But as luck would have it for him, as the stars will shine on him, the British naval ship intercepted them and they took him. They got him before he was able to get to Brazil, and that was why he was able to settle in Sierra Leone. And he said that when they told him that they were the save white people, he said all the frustration that he had had for months, he put it on the captain of that ship, a Portuguese man, and he ran to him and hit him and slapped him. And a young boy beat him off while he was tied down and ready to be arrested by the British. And he said the British allowed him to do it. So that's where he grew to trust the British Europeans. And of course, he became one of the best linguistics of all times. He was a very gifted human being. He was the one who translated our Yoruba language into words. He was the one who gave the alphabetic orders, and he was the one who wrote our dictionary, and of course wrote our Bible. Although I'm not interested in that aspect of of him. So, but of course that was to show how much these areas have been breached. You know.
Wonka,
Now, yes.
do you think it would be worthwhile for us to read Samuel Ajayi Crowther's letter that he wrote in 1837 describing his ordeal?
Yes, do you have it?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
Okay, so this is a letter by Samuel Ajayi Crowther to the Reverend Williams Jowett in 1837, then Secretary of the Church Missionary Society, detailing the circumstances connected with his being sold as a slave. He wrote this in Fura Bay, Sierra Leone, on February 22nd, 1837. I won't read everything, but I'll just highlight the more relevant parts. I suppose sometimes about the commencement of the year 1821, I was in my native country, enjoying the comforts of father and mother, and affectionate love of brothers and sisters. From this period, I must date the unhappy, but which I am now taught in other respects to call blessed day, which I shall never forget in my life. I call it unhappy day because it was the day in which I was violently turned out of my father's house and separated from relations, and which I was made to experience what is called to be in slavery, with regard to its being called blessed, it being the day which Providence had marked out for me to set out my journey from the land of heathenism, superstition, and vice to a place where his gospel is preached. For some years, war had been carried on in my Oyo country, which was always attended with much devastation and bloodshed. The women, such men as had surrendered or were caught, with the children, were taken captives. The enemies who carried on these war were principally the Mohammedans, with whom my country abounds, with the Fullahs, and such foreign slaves had escaped from their owners, joined together, making it a formidable force of about 20,000, who annoyed the whole country. They had no other employment but selling slaves to the Spaniards and Portuguese on the coast. The morning in which my town, Oshogun, shared the same fate which many others had experienced was fair and delightful, and most of the inhabitants were engaged in their respective occupations. We were preparing breakfast without any apprehension, when about 9 o'clock a rumor was spread in the town that the enemies had approached with intentions of hostility. It was not long after when they had almost surrounded the town to prevent any escape of the inhabitants, the town being rudely fortified with a wooded fence about 4 miles in circumference, containing about 12,000 inhabitants, which would produce 3,000 fighting men. The inhabitants not been duly prepared, some not being at home, those who were having about 6 gates to defend, as well as many weak places about the fence to guard against, and to say in a few words, the men being surprised and therefore confounded. The enemies entered the town after about 3 or 4 hours resistance. Here, a most sorrowful scene imaginable was to be witnessed. Women, some with 3, 4, 6 children clinging to their arms, with the infant on their backs, and such baggage as they could carry on their heads, running as far as they could through prickly shrubs, which, hooking their blies and other loads, drew them down from the heads of their bearers. While they found impossible to go along with their loads, they endeavored only to save themselves and their children. Even this was impracticable with those who had many children to care for. So, I mean, the rest goes up about his personal experience, but I think this paints the picture of how we as a country had to deal with fuller invaders and how many of our ancestors were subjected to slavery as a result of invaders that we still deal with today.
And that ideology that we are talking about is what the Nigerian constitution is written to continue to propagate. And that's why we are saying we want to have a Yoruba nation. If you are not following this house, please click on the green icon and I pass it over to Bonka.
Yes, so I also want to say that Ajayi Crowther, when they got to Ijayi, the merchants made them to stay there for a few weeks because a lot of family members came there to see if they can buy back their family members. So now they said that that's a more lucrative business because with that kind of attempt, those people will pay more than what the price of the slave will be on the other side of the ocean because they don't want to lose family members. So he said, but well, his own family did not come because I think they killed his dad during the raid. And he said that was the last time he ever saw him, and that it was in the flames. His dad ran into the house and was chasing them out, but he said he didn't see his dad rush out of the house in the flame. So, and of course, his mom had been taken away as well, and his sister. So he realized that nobody was going to come for him, but he noticed that a lot of people. And you see this rich man that you all talk about today, Dangote. His uncle Dantata fell on the same fate. His uncle was an Agalawa merchant in Kano, and the Fulani people raided the Agalawa merchants and captured them and sold many of them into slavery. And they captured this man, Dantata, and the family had to spend their whole fortune to rescue this man so that he doesn't end in slavery in the Middle East. After he was freed, they all escaped to Ghana, and he did not come back to Nigeria until when the British took over in the early 1900s, and we're talking of something that happened in the mid to late 1800s. So this is their style. So you see, it's the same thing going on today. They will come on the highway, or they still invade cities as we speak. You see, everything we read about happening in the 1800s is still happening in Yoruba land today. They're still raiding cities. They're still capturing people. The only thing now is that there's nowhere to sell them into slavery. So they would rape these people, violate them, and then your family would come and take them for ransom. It's the same thing that is still happening, you know. Anyway, going on. The most sad part is that the warlords and the provincial governors of the Yoruba Empire were plugging into this madness because of the profit, and this was alarming to the monarchy at Oyo. Now, one king wanted to fix this once and for all, and his name was King Oluewu. Now, this was what Oluewu did. When he became king, the emir on the throne at Ilorin was Emir Shita. Emir Shita asked him to come to Ilorin and pledge allegiance to him, and he said, "No, I can't do that because he was a very proud man." But he had a Basharun, and the Basharun's name was Akisho, and he had the what do you call him, Ashipa, and his name was Ailumo. Now I'm purposely saying their names because so that we'll know the roles they played. Now there were some certain provincial warlords. There was a particular place called Ede, the Timi of Ede, one of the richest provincial governors of that time. His land was very, very fertile, so he made a lot of wealth. There was another one, Atiba, who I mentioned his name, that his mother was a slave woman who would eventually become king. And then there was the Onikoyi. Ikoyi was a provincial barracks. Now, all these three warlords, if they cooperated with him, it's easy to get rid of these guys because they're not as powerful as that. The only time they have power is if they can sow discord and division between the midst of people of Oyo. So now Oloiwu was doing everything and explaining to them that look, this was the same thing that happened with my previous king, the previous king, Amodo. Can you come together and let's see what we can do to fix this? But they rejected it because they were scared that if they are able to overrun the Fulani people, chase them back to Ilorin, then the king will be restored to his rights and they won't enjoy the privileges and the easy wealth that they are making right now from working with the Emirates to support the slavery that was going on towards the coast, even though it's their kingsmen and their people. And two, they would have to now pay homage back to the king and start paying him taxes and start running. So the independence they had, they're going to lose it, and they didn't want that. So when
So
Olusegun,
Bonka,
yes,
quickly. So can you say that is the same thing that is happening currently in
absolutely,
Southwest Nigeria now?
absolutely. So you see, I don't want to go into too much of that talk today, but you'll see that when Awolowo was around, those who antagonized him was because they also wanted a share of power, right? So I don't want to mention names, but you know the people I'm talking about. They were trying to tangle with him. Like, no, no, no. Why should they be the ones in control? We also want a share of the cake. We want to share. And it's the same thing that happened with MK Abiola in the Second Republic.
So,
Yes.
so Bonka, I think we should also put the perspective of the demand from the Europeans at the coast, right? By the Portuguese, the Spaniards. So it's not that these people are just quote unquote rebelling in isolation, right? They had created such a demand that it had created this lucrative, you know, business, so to speak, that destabilized the whole country. So just to identify all the complicit parties, because really, if we think about it, they had created such a lucrative business that because sometimes I think we are sometimes a little bit unfair on these warlords in the sense that the business was so lucrative, it had become um, kill or be killed. Really, if you didn't do it, somebody else would,
Are they
right?
giving a quarter,
Oh
like
no, no,
a
no.
quarter
I
to
don't.
me?
That's a bad way to look at it. To look at a very bad way to look at it.
Yeah, no, it
The-
might not be good, it might be bad, but it's true. I mean, as you said, the price of slaves had really gone up. You know, it was easy money. I mean, weaponry was also coming in from the coast at this time, right? You had, if you were a general, I know that I'm supporting them, but the way I look at it, if I was a general at that time, you know, I would think twice before I support a king that might not win, or you know, or just be part of this business venture where, if nothing else, there is profit to be made. I'm not saying it's right, but let's us consider the human factor. I mean, I wonder if there are other opinions on that matter.
Are Yoruba people Muslims?
it's half and half. I'll call it half and half.
You know,
But
at this time in history, I would say for the most part, no.
and there's a large faction of Muslims in Yoruba land. There's no family that don't have a Muslim. So I
No,
think there's a
I'm saying at this time in history that we're talking about. At this time in history, for the most part, there were. I mean, there were Muslims, but you didn't have as many Muslims. For the most part, it was not a Muslim country.
right at that time. Yes, absolutely. But Islam did not come into Yoruba land peacefully. Now, although it's a subjective word, it came.
No, no,
Okay, all
Bonka.
right, okay. I'll move on.
No.
Let me. Okay, I
Bonka,
apologize
if you
and I
if you
take that
say
back.
Islam did not come peacefully, then how did Islam come into Yoruba land?
So I just explained how there was a forced invasion into Oyo during the reign of Amodo by Jimba, the head slave of Emir Abdulsalam, and how they forced all of them to take Islam, and how they forced all of them to change their names. And
But
then
that
there
is
was
not how Bonka. That is not how Islam came into Yoruba land.
so you're talking of Islam and people that came from the upper Shonge regions. But Islam was not accepted as a religion by the natives. Very few. The first Muslim in Yoruba land was Sholagberu. Before
No,
him, there's no
Bonka,
Muslim.
you guys there.
Yeah.
So Islam had existed since
There were
about the
actually
14th.
documentations of certain native Muslims. So, I mean, it's a matter of. So, if you say the percentage was low, that's another issue entirely. If you say the actually the natives that were Muslim converts were not very much, that's something else, right? But if we're talking about how it became introduced, right, from the time it was known as Esin Malay and how the Malabar quarters in certain Yoruba towns and villages in the old Oyo Empire then had Muslims, even some native Muslims already resident in them before the jihad. So if we're talking about the proliferation or the expansion of Islam or the mass proselytization of people in certain parts of Yoruba land and the conversion to Islam. That's, I mean, it's a different issue from how the religion got introduced to the Yorubas as a people. I think it's two different subject matters, in my opinion.
Um, just to add to that, even the politicalization is, yeah, I think it's a stretch to attribute it to Fulani invasion. There are so many factors, including colonization, believe it or not, that suppressed traditional indigenous spirituality and just kind of allowed the Islam that was there already to have more space to express itself. So it's complex. Does Islam have a role to play in Fulanization and the jihad? Absolutely, but Islam on itself is complex. That's why I like limiting the concept of Islam and jihad with the perspective of jihad to Fulani invasion, because it's really not the Islam itself. It's the Fulani invasion that's the problem here.
So during the 1400s, during the reign of Alaafins like Oluasho, there were already examples of Yoruba Muslims who were already in Yoruba land at the time, as far back as Oluasho's time, and even probably before, but there is no documentation for Islam any time before that. But I know that as at the time of Oluasho, there were already Muslims in Yoruba land. Although, like Bonka said, they may have been few, they may have been, um sort of like outsiders in society, not a mainstream thing, but of course their presence was already being felt in the society as far back as then. So the jihad is another thing entirely, but Islam did not get introduced to Yoruba land um through jihadism or through forceful conversions. It was the people who took it up at that time. They took it up by their own volition. Not They were not forced or anything. These were long distance traders. Who would go to like the bamboo gold fields, go to places like Salaga in northern Ghana already had like a residential Yoruba community that ran into the thousands, and of course, due to the cross fertilization of culture and the interaction with the interior West African peoples, some of these people would come back with new ideas. Of course, part of which was the Islamic religion. But like you said, they were few. They were not much. So I dropped the mic.
I have a question from.
So, yes. Oh, 1 minute. I will say that I pass on responding on this so that it doesn't get controversial. So, okay, Dr. Goddess.
Sure. So let me ask the question first, and I keep forgetting to tell you all things that I have in my head. Um, So, okay, Chineme, he asked, I thought Islam came to Yoruba land partially by the Yoruba students who would go to school in Timbuktu and come back Muslims. That's his question.
I don't think Yoruba students went to Timbuktu. I don't know. So I don't think it happened. I don't think we had we respected their own kind of scholarship at Timbuktu. I,
So there were
yeah,
some people, right?
yeah.
A merchant class of a Mandinks people, speaking people, known as the Soninkes. So they were traders who used to trade in merchandise, things like fabric, cola, gold dust, and various other items throughout the sub-region, right? They were called the Wangara, and these were people who they were also the same people who actually brought Islam to places like Kano. They were also the same people who brought Islam into places like northern Ghana, and they were also the same people who brought Islam into to a neighboring group of the Yoruba people called the Baribas, right? So these people, it was through them that Yoruba long distance traders would as well also become converted to Islam. Said earlier, that as a result of the cross fertilization of ideas between varied peoples of the sub-region, these early Yoruba traders would take up new ideas, part of which was Islam. And it wasn't as a result of scholarship in Timbuktu or anything. It was just as a result of contact between and betwixt neighboring peoples. That was how
Uh, so
Islam
White
got
Lion,
into. Yeah.
I think this is a good place to also educate us on the Dahomey Gap and how that also impacts the spread of Islam in Yoruba land, because those within the gap tend to have more Islam, and those outside of the gap tend to have very little to no Islam.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's true. So what Olukotun is talking about is a geographic anomaly along the West African coast known as the Dahomey Gap. So if you look at the vegetation of West Africa, right, you would see that the Guinean high forests predominate in eastern and southern Yoruba land, while the western and northwestern parts of Yoruba land are actually savanna type climate. And if you want to see this in action, if you go to a coastal West African city like Lomé in Togo or Accra in Ghana, they actually have a climate that borders on semi-arid. It's a savanna climate that borders on a semi-arid one, or BSK, if you use the Köppen climate classification. Even though these are cities on the coast, they are still very, very dry. So that is the area known as the Dahomey Gap. So now, in the part of Yoruba land where the climate is predominantly savanna type climate, it allowed, savanna is like open grassland with a few trees that are interspaced and far between. So this kind of climate allowed for the diffusion of peoples. For example, if you look at where old Oyo was, like there were like a plethora of people from all over the sub-region that used to crisscross the terrain. So, because of this amalgam of people, amalgam of ideas, Islam got a very, very early upstart in this part of Yoruba land. And even till today, if you look at the religious structure of Yoruba land, you'll see that the areas, towns, and states, local governments, and so forth that are situated in this kind of vegetation type of Yoruba land within the Dahomey Gap, where an anomalous weather anomalous phenomenon of when weather happens where they experience less rainfall because the terrain runs parallel to the coast, and then the prevailing trade winds do not hover over these areas uh, long enough to deposit the rainfall. So because of that, they have like a drier climate. So areas like Oyo, areas like Kwara, areas like the northwestern part of Ogun State. These are savannah type climates. I think that's what Olukoton was alluding to. And of course, on the opposite end, places like Ondo, Ekiti, um, the eastern part of like the Ijebu areas, the Ijeshas, the Ifes that were situated in the high for the tropical rainforest did not have as much of an interaction with these parts of Sudanic West Africa, and because of that, they were able to retain much of the traditional beliefs up until recently. And of course, with the coming of the Europeans, a lot of them mass converted to Christianity. So that's how we can say like vegetation type and climate also sort of influenced the religious dichotomy as presented in Yoruba land of today. Olukotun, did
Yeah,
I?
welcome to the Yoruba Nation, guys. If you have not following this house, there's a green icon on there called the Yoruba Nation. Click on it and click follow. Please follow the moderators because this is part one. We only kind of setting up the pace for the slavery in the 1800. We are giving some background, and I hope everybody is learning. And Mr. White Lion, Mr. Lukotu, Mr. Bonka, thank you for all that you all have been doing, and all other contributors. If you have questions, please don't forget to ask. Please follow the moderators, and let us now go back to Bonka because I'm going to say at this point, let's be looking at running up.
Yeah, and one more thing, sorry. Thank you very much, White Line, for filling in the gap here. No pun intended. Um, so at from the point that where Banca started, are we saying that the Fulani were the only slave traders at this point? Or is the focus on the Fulani because of you all's current uh, tensions with them?
Um, so no, we're not saying the Fulanis were the only slave traders. I mean, we actually did acknowledge that as a result of those tensions and pretty much a breakdown in law and society and demand for slaves from the by the Europeans at the coast, even the locals did engage in the slave trade. But the point we're making here is the internal pressures that resulted in slavery as a result of a Fulani invasion, an invasion that is not just unique to us, that had started from the far end of the West African coast and gradually approached us and even went further beyond us eastwards. So the point here is we were sandwiched between enemies that were intent on raiding us from the north and enemies that were intent on buying us at the coast.
Okay, great. And then can you all address the accusation that happens on Clubhouse so often that when the Europeans came, they just stayed on the coast and by the water, and that the various national groups went into the interiors and pulled out the the slaves to offer to the Europeans, and that the Europeans never went into.
It was addressed at the beginning of the session.
Oh, okay. Can you repeat
Yeah.
it?
Yes. So it was like they would find some cooperative elements. The real people of the interiors did not agree to some of these things. So they will find some cooperative elements, and then they will help them set up at the coast, and then they will form a kind of trade embassy with them. And we gave an example of the Shekiri, who were actually an extension of the Portuguese nobility, even DNA wise. And then we mentioned the Sao Tome and Principe. We mentioned Cape Verde. So that's what they did. They would liaise with this with the locals, even intermarry with some of them, and those are the people that will now do the job of raiding in the interiors and bringing them back to the coast.
So I don't know about the other ethnicities in West and Central Africa, but I know that was it Queen Njinga of the Kingdom of Congo, the one who resisted the
There was
Portuguese.
also Afonso.
Also the king, yeah, the one who wrote a letter and said, my kingdom has been depopulated by the Europeans. So it clearly shows that these were not, I mean, they did not um, subscribe to the idea of um, of selling their people. But like Bonka said, they were willing to, like, for example, in the case of the Congo people, a group known as the Mbangala, who were like, that was all they specialized in, slave raiding. That was what they did. Just in West Africa, for example, we would have like for areas such as Yoruba land, you will have like the Fulanis, who were also master slave raiders. Um, but the Yorubas themselves did not subscribe to the idea of selling their people to foreigners to become slaves. There was in what is now northern Ghana, right, amongst the Gonja people, um, there was a popular slave market in the town of Salaga. The town still exists today, but in the 16th and 17th century, it was a notorious center for the selling of slaves. So they would bring slaves from all over the region. Um, and then the Ashanti middlemen would go to that slave market, procure slaves, and of course march them over to the Fante occupied areas on the coast and sell them to the Portuguese, the Dutch, the English, and the Spanish, and so forth. One account, right, uh, of the Yorubas who were resident. Like I said earlier, the Yorubas had been engaging in long distance trade for a very long time. So as at this time, the town of Salaga already had like a vibrant Yoruba community already living there and doing business. So the captured Yoruba people who would be, like in the case of Ajayi Crowther, for example, would get their village raided by Fulanis. Of course, they would march them over to collection centers. Like in the case of Ajayi Crowther, it was taken to Ishayin and then later to Ijayi. So they would bring them to Salaga. Salaga was like the wholesale. I mean, it was a very, very big market where slaves would be bought. And whenever the Yoruba people who were living in Salaga saw their fellow countrymen, because like Bonka said, Yoruba land was right. I mean, was pretty much a country. Whenever they saw their fellow countrymen in the slave market of Salaga, what would they do? The Yoruba residents in Salaga would not allow their countrymen to be sold to their shanties. Rather, sorry about that. Rather, they would barter for their release. This is just peculiar to the Yorubas. They were the ones who usually did this. So the traders who were at the market and who recognized their fellow countrymen would rather barter for the release of their tribesmen, and the benefactors, of course, the enslaved person would work for their benefactor, who was the person who secured their release from the slave merchants, and would work for that person until he was able to make back the amount that was used in redeeming um, the benefactor, after which he was free to go. So in Yoruba land, the Yoruba people did not subscribe to that idea of selling off their people to foreigners. So it was not really, really, really a thing. In fact, we already talked about this, like Bonka said at the beginning of the room, that there were various systems of indentured servitude, pawning, but slavery was not really, really, really mainstream. If ever it existed, it was something that was at the margins of society. Thank you. I dropped the mic.
So, Bonka, over to you, sir.
Yes, I was trying to round up with something, like, but I don't think we will get to it today. But let's just say, okay, going on with the King Oluewu, he was now calling his people together and saying, "Hey, it's time. We can't let our country fall apart." But you see, these guys, they love this freedom, they love the easy wealth, and they refused. So there was somebody that White Lion mentioned, the Baribas. There was a king at the Bariba land. His name was Eleduwe. Now you see the Baribas, they were a warrior kingdom. They were also a confederate state, but they've been warriors for many, many centuries. And they were very overprotective of their share of the River Nile because they built their civilizations across that Nile.
River
Now,
Nile?
River, I keep saying Nile, my goodness. River Niger. So you see, they are very good archers. They're very good swordsmen, and they were very great warriors. Men, they're very lanky and huge people. They're in the modern day Middle Belt, and their land extends to current Benin Republic. So now this was what happened. They have understood war. Their land has never been conquered. There was a time when Asker of the Shongai Empire was conquering lands, and he now conquered into what we know as Nigeria today. He took a lot of Hausa states, and he was going to fight the Baribas. The Baribas fought him back. And much as the empire was mighty, had all these warriors, they couldn't tackle the Baribas. And same thing with the Fulani people. So first of all, it was Usman Danfodio himself. He led a jihad, and they went into Bariba lands, and these guys fought them back, and they really did justice, decimated them. And then the son, Bello, also led an invasion to the Bariba lands. And of course, they were also defeated. In fact, Bello called them devils of a stubborn nature because he said they fought like spirits in battle. They were very swift and they were very, very, very powerful warriors. So now this was what happened. Oluewu, after he had tried so hard to get his people together, and they refused. He decided that he was going to seek alliance with the Bariba king. And if one of the two, there were two reasons he did that. Immediately he became king, the emir at Ilorin told him to come to Ilorin and pay homage to him. And Oluewu was like, "Oh no, no, I can't do that. My predecessor did that, but I want to forge another path." So he had a Basharu and a Ashikpa. Ashikpa was the head of the youths, like the leader of the youths. They were also influential, and the structure in Yoruba land was very communal. Every organization had its leader. The youths had their leaders, the farmers had their leaders, all that had their leaders, and each of them was influential on the king. So the king was not someone that ruled with decrees and edicts. He had to kind of carry people along. Now, when he went to Ilorin, he was really humiliated. The emir did a lot of things to humiliate him. He forbade him to come in with his entourage. He forced him to come in and bow down to him. He said the regalias of office, his drums and all that. He refused all that. So he was like, "Over my dead body, will I ever come back to this Ilorin?" So when he went back to Oyo, he was telling his warlords to come together and help him to build, pledge loyalty back to him, and kind of give him an army so that he can face these people and fight them once and for all and put back Yoruba country in order. And these guys refused. So he went to the Baribas. Of course, I mean, I was eulogizing the Baribas because there are people I love them. I read about their history and I relish in them. So they were the ones who stopped Mungo Park when he was kind of tracking the River Niger all the way, trying to find it. So when he got to their lands, they stopped him from going, and that was where he died in the Bariba lands. So after that, the Moluewu went to meet the Baribas and they agreed to support him. In fact, Eledue, the king of the Baribas, left his kingdom and moved to Oyo to come and settle there permanently for the war to support him. And so Oluewu, the king of Oyo, told him that before they went to the war, that he needs to put his house in order. And so the first thing he did was to get rid of his Basharu, his prime minister, and the leader of the youths, because they were part of the people that the warlords were manipulating to to do the injustice that they were doing. So immediately that was done, he now wanted to go after all the warlords and wipe them off. In fact, he went after one of them, Atiba, a prince himself. So when they now saw that the game was changing, they all rushed to the palace to pledge allegiance to him, back to him. So of course they had no choice at that point because the Bariba army there were about over 20,000 of them that moved in. into Oyo to help him. So they now arranged to fight a battle known as the Battle of Otefon. And this battle was fought in 1830. So Oluewu and the Bariba king, Eleduwe, and there was another king called Jato, not a king, like a general. So he was the field marshal for the Bariba king, for Eleduwe. They all came. So they marched to Otefo and they were like, okay, we're going to face you in Lorry, guys. Not only am I going to stop Oyo from paying homage to you, I'm going to retake all the territories that you've breached and you are using for your slave cause, and the way you are kind of manipulating my country. It's going to stop. Well, now this is how they used to fight battles in those times. And somebody fights from the right, somebody fights from the left, and somebody fights from the center. The person that fights from the center is the one tasked with the hardest job. So the Bariba king begged Oluewu to let him fight from the center because he was really, really eager to get rid of the Fulani people, because he knew one thing. There are two things about them. They are very unforgiving people. So you see, if you meet a Fulani man today, he will tell you what you did to hurt his great great grandfather. And when a Fulani man is about to die, he's always telling his child, look, I couldn't get this revenge. Can you get this revenge on my behalf? So, I mean, if you look at a lot of things that are going on in Nigeria today, a lot of places that they're attacking in the Middle Belt, if you look at it from a historical perspective, you'll be shocked to know that these are not recent battles. Their concentration on attacking the thief people. The thief, that was the arrow that they said led to the death of Usman Danfodio, was done there. He was shot with a poisoned arrow in that region, and of course he went back home. And a few weeks later, they said from the complications of that, it was they never forget things like that. So these are part of the things that kind of make their DNA, their fabrics. And they're very. There's a way when they come to your lands and they do justice, they do it in a way that it creates a psychological fear that you'll be too scared to dare them in future. That's part of their way of acting. And it happened during the Biafra War, which is another whole story. But now, going back to this situation, Eleduwe did not want these guys around him in his corridor. So he was happy to help the Oyo king. Now they marched to battle, and the battle happened at the Tefon. So he was fighting from the center. Oluewu, the king at Oyo, fought from the right wing with his prince and the soldiers. Now all these rebellious warlords, and Timi Obede, Atiba, Onikoyi, his provincial king, and another very popular guy. His name was Kurumi. Kurumi he would eventually become an area of Kakanfo. But Kurumi, please mute when you come up. Kurumi was a general in Ikoyi, and Ikoyi was one of the provincial military bases. So they all fought from that side, but they were led by Prince Atiba. The warlords were led by him. So the war started at the Tefo in 1830, and Eledwe became the instant hero of this war. He decimated the Fulanis from the center, him and his general Jato. He was right there draining their blood and striking them from their cavalry. And this war was so powerful that Sultan Bello, when the Emir Shita, saw the warriors that were coming in from Oyo and the coalition with Eledue, he sent message to the Sultan at Sokoto, Sultan Bello, and begged him. The Sultan sent him someone called Eshugoyi. He was the governor of Rabba. Rabba is a province in Sokoto, modern-day Sokoto, and this guy came with a cavalry of 80,000 horsemen, 17 provincial warlords. They all came to join the Ilorin cavalry to fight the Oyo people. So you can see what happens when there's coordination, when there's cooperation among Yoruba people, and what has been happening. So with the war that went on, with all that coalition and the cavalry, Eleduwe did serious. That's a man that has never lost a battle. And this, after a few weeks, the Fulani army fled off. They ran and they chased them and killed a lot of them. Took their horses, took their. In fact, the casualty was so big that Sultan Bello said he would never ever send his army to join in those campaigns again, because even at that time he was still battling with rebellions among the Hausa people. They did not just settle down and allow the Hausa people were still rebelling and trying to get back their lands. So he needed his soldiers intact so that he is able to face them if there's a need for any uprising. Because they were paranoid then that they started to build walled cities. They couldn't live without walling their cities out of all this fear. Now, after this, Oluewu became free and his land became free again. But they were trying to explain to him, that is Eleduwe, the Bariba king, that listen, this war is not over. You need to get rid of these guys. You need to take the Ilorin throne, the Ilorin city, and annex it back to your land and chase these people away, because we can't have them in our backyard. You know, they are very patient people. It could take 10 years, it could take 20 years, they will strike back. But he didn't listen. Now, this was what happened. Over 5 years, they started to play, there's something we call Mesujamba. They started to play that trick again, and then they started to try to win these provincial warlords back on their side, and they started to do it gradually, and it was becoming an issue, right? That was when he now realized that, oh, I have to do what I need to do to 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 get these people out of Ilorin once and for all. They So he went back to the Bariba king and said, okay, let's do this once and for all. And that's the battle known as the Iledwe War, and it was fought in 1835. Now, what happened at this Iledwe War? Um, these provincial kings, I'm talking of Timi of Ede, Atiba, they were getting very uncomfortable with the way Oyo was becoming powerful again, and the powers were being centralized again, and everything was going back to normal. They've stopped slave trade at this time. They've stopped all those bad habits of them getting those free money. Now, the emir sent people to all these guys and said, listen, if these guys defeat me, if your king defeats me in battle, he's going to come back and retake all the land, and he's going to punish you, all of you, for being disloyal to him at the start. You know, because these guys had caused a lot of setbacks, and of course, there's a probability that they might be punished. Now, the emir told them, he said, let me have a truce with you guys. If you don't join your king anymore to defeat me or to fight me, we will continue with the business that we were having before, and I will have an agreement with you guys that I'm not going to invade your lands, and we will just share the spoils of war, and you know, all those fancy things. So they thought of it, and they were like, maybe it's a good idea to still be on the side of the Lorry people, right? Now, when we were having this war, Eleduwe and the king, that is the Oluewu, the king of Oyo, they sat in their tents, and their soldiers, the warlords, started coming, both the Bariba warlords and the Oyo warlords. Now, a guy came, he's the Timi of Ede, the king of Ede. Ede was a very rich city, very prosperous city, very wealthy. In fact, when they have these wars, right, Ede was one of the places they relied on to feed the soldiers. And this man could literally feed these soldiers and not feel it. That's how wealthy he was. He had the grains, the tubers, and things like that. Another place that was very, very wealthy like that was Ogbomoso. But this man was very big. He was very fat. And so when he came with his soldiers and prostrated before his king, as he was leaving, the Eledue and the king were both joking, and we're like, this is your guy. Do you think he's fit for war? Look at him, big as he is, and all that. And of course, the king said, "Oh, he's feeding fat because of the money he's supposed to have been remitting to the capital. Don't worry, after the war, I will deal with him. Let's concentrate on the war now." That's what the king was telling Elizabeth, the Bariba king. Lo and behold, people around listened. I heard this. And they one went to tell the warlords. So the warlords were like, okay, you know what? We need to preach this war. We need to make sure that Oluewu did not succeed this war. So they had a pact with the Lorry soldiers, and they said, "This is what's going to happen. We're going to preach the war, and we're going to make it easy for you guys to have victory." Now, Shita, the emir at Ilorin, sent message to the north and asked again for soldiers, and Sultan Bello said, "Oh no, that's not going to happen. I don't have soldiers to give you this time." So that was why he was desperate on that plan to work. So they did it the same way they used to do it, right? The elite way will fight from the center, and the king will fight from the right, and the warriors will fight. The warlords will fight from the left. But now the warlords, once again, they were led by Atiba. So Atiba now called on all the he called on all the provincial. He's a prince himself. So he called on all the other warlords and he said, "Listen, I'm going to work with the Ilorin people to breach this war. But immediately this war is breached, I want to be king after, and then I'm going to reward all of you if you support me." And he kind of promised them important military titles, important provincial titles. So they now tell them that, okay, if you're coming, that's the Ilorin soldiers, if you're coming, don't come from the center, don't come from the right side, come from the left side. So as they were facing them in the war, in the Elizabeth War of 1835, they just saw that the cavalry did not ram in from the center, usually as the war would go. They rammed in from the left side, and instead of the guys from the left side to face them and hold them down while they re strategized, they just gave way and let the cavalry ram into their soldiers. And that was how they break that war. And Olwewu's army and Eleduwe's army was seriously decimated. That was the first time Eledue people lost in battle. They grabbed the Eledue king in the battle, pulled him down from his horse, and cut off his head. They killed the crown prince in that battle, and then they took Olwewu himself as a prisoner to Ilorin. He was judged and he was sentenced to death, and that was what led to the eventual fall and final collapse of Oyo Empire. There's a lot of things, two things that happened after this, but I think we should suck this in and open the audience for a minute before we go on, right? Idiami, what do you think?
This is what I think. Welcome to the Yoruba Nation. And if you see the green icon, please follow. Follow the moderators. I hope so far so good you are getting the information. This is just a setup for part 2. We're going to have part 2 of this session. Slavery in Africa is going to be focused on 18 to 1900. Please do not forget to, check with us, follow us, and hope you all enjoying it. Anyway, the reason why we're asking for Yoruba Nation today is a lot of this fallout, a lot of these details that you hear, a lot of those stories have not changed today. We are still having the willing tools that are actually being used to destroy our people, to keep our country behind. And the same colonial masters are still benefiting from the loot. And that's why we want to decolonize ourselves of our land. We want to remove all the ancient, we want to remove all the colonial drawings, the, the implants that they've put in us, which includes the Abrahamic religion, even though I'm saying this being a Christian. These are the kind of how we want to decolonize our mind and our land and our people so we can be prosperous. And the closest we were to getting this done was when Awolowo kind of created the regions. We prosper so much and we want to prosper again. So welcome on board for all the listeners. It's not easy to listen through all of these things. I'm going to hand this over back to Bonka, but I'm going to say at this moment, we have to start rounding up because I'm going to give another 20 minutes. Then I'm going to say in 20 minutes, let's round up so we can have a little feedback and begin to close the room so we can have our recording. And I know Charles is back. Welcome back. And everybody who is on the audience, please You are all well appreciated. And Dr. Goddess, I don't know if you have a question or two to ask before I send it back to Bunka.
Sure. I did want to come back to our founding fathers on our side. So I wanted to read the passage about the Declaration of Independence, but should I do it now or later? It doesn't matter to me.
Go ahead.
All right. So this passage is from, well, one, to Bonka's dismay, I put up the link about George Washington taking the teeth of his slaves. So that's at the top of the room, and we covered this topic earlier, but I just wanted to remind everybody that we were talking about how, sorry, many of America's founding fathers were also slaveholders, and they felt wrong about it, but what they decided to do was to put, at least in the Constitution, the ability for the Constitution to be amended because they knew that slavery was not sustainable. And sure enough, in 1863 and then in 1865, we get the 13th Amendment. Um, but earlier, at the beginning of America, in drafting the Declaration of Independence, Thomas Jefferson wrote a segment in the Declaration of Independence that was eventually deleted, but it's so important for everybody to understand. So this section comes from the book In the Matter of Color, Race and the American Legal Process, the Colonial Period by A. Period Leon Higginbotham. He's a wonderful, wonderful scholar, and he really should have been on our Supreme Court. So he writes on page 380. Obviously, Thomas Jefferson, the man, the man to whom would fall. Oh, sorry. Let me cough. Okay. Obviously, Thomas Jefferson, the man to whom would fall the ominous task of drafting the Declaration of Independence, was aware of these compelling indictments on the immorality of slavery. It is intriguing to observe how he ignored them and instead attempted to single out the international slave trade for condemnation, perhaps thereby partially soothing his conscience as to the injustices which he, a purported spokesman for liberty, perpetuated by his ownership of slaves. So it reads the discarded July 2nd draft, a futile diatribe on the international slave trade. And this is the deleted clause. As finally adopted, the Declaration of Independence contained no references at all to the plight of blacks or slaves or to the international slave trade. It is particularly ironic that the Revolutionary forefathers struck out the one and only provision in an earlier draft that even condemned by inference the international slave trade. Between June 11th, 1776, and June 28th, 1776, Jefferson had written a passage condemning the international slave trade. Basically, this provision was not altered in the final draft presented by the Committee of Five to the Continental Congress for their debate and deliberations on July 2nd. The full significance of the deletion at this July 2nd debate stage is apparent only to those familiar with the different stages in the writing of the Declaration of Independence. There were at least three stages in the writing of the Declaration of Independence. On June 11th, 1776, the Committee of Five, Jefferson, Franklin, Sherman, Adams, and Robert R. Livingston, was appointed to prepare the Declaration of Independence. The committee gave Jefferson the responsibility to prepare the first draft. In Jefferson's original rough draft and in the draft approved by the Committee of Five, as submitted on June 28th, to the Congress, the climax of charges against the king was a significant diatribe against the international slave trade. Quote, he has waged cruel war against human nature itself, violating its most sacred rights of life and liberty in the persons of a distant people who never offended him, captivating and carrying them into slavery in another hemisphere, or to incur miserable death in their transportation thither. This piratical warfare, the opprobrium of infidel powers, is the warfare of the Christian king of Great Britain, determined to keep open a market where men, in all caps, should be bought and sold, he has prostituted his negative for suppressing every legislative attempt to prohibit or to restrain this exorable commerce. And that this assemblage of horrors might want no fact of distinguished dye, he is now exciting these very people to rise in arms among us, and to purchase that liberty of which he has deprived them, by murdering the people on whom he also obtruded them, thus paying off former crimes against the liberties of one people with crimes which he urges them to commit against the lives of another. So that's the full quote. And the final statement is, as a matter of logic, in many respects, the diatribe was substantially deficient. For George III did not initiate the slave trade. It had been started centuries before. Further, there is an inherent hypocrisy wherein Jefferson is so vehement against the international slave trade and yet is totally silent about the continuance of slavery in the colonies. If, in Jefferson's phrase, the international slave trade was initiated by, quote, cruel war against human nature itself, why was it not just as depraved for him to keep in lifetime servitude on the colonies those who had been so cruelly captured abroad or their children? I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Goddess. And see, what we are trying to do now is we are at this point making the link, connecting the dot between Africa and the Americas. You see, we are telling you how the handshake between these two people, I mean, the traders and those that evade, this is how they do the handshake, and the market is probably not America. And one important thing I learned today was, if not for the discovery of America, these people will have colonized us on our soil like they did in Australia. That's a very eye-opening new information to me. Again, we are about to round up. I'm going to give this to Bonka now, and I appeal to you, please, sir. Let's round up so we can pivot to part two.
Yes, I actually want feedback from the people on stage. I think we should use the last few minutes to listen to others too. So
Okay,
yeah,
thank you for
yeah.
that. So right now we are summarizing, guys, and we are going to get feedback from the stage. And I like starting from the bottom up on that order. Please, if you have not followed this room, click on the green icon, and follow the Yoruba Nation. So I'm going to start from Mr. Charles, and I'm going to take it through Mr. Ade Shaman. Please keep your summary, keep it to 1 or 2 minutes so we can have this recording intact. Mr. Charles, I know you came in a little late, but we'd like to have your input. Welcome to this room again, and this is the Yoruba Nation. Over to you, sir.
Hey everybody, I really apologise I wasn't able to be here from the beginning and add some context from the sort of Caribbean British perspective. I just caught on to sort of the last sort of threads that were coming out, so I'll be very short because I'm not sure what's been mentioned earlier. I think it's key, obviously, to look at the global economic situation of the world, starting from the 1400s onto the 1800s, and then also to chart how simultaneously the development of capitalism and the financial systems was set up in response to the discoveries, inverted commas, of the New Worlds, the French, the Portuguese and the Spanish being the first to kind of divide up, what they assumed to be Western India, the Western conquest, and then how that was then developed with financial institutions that were born out of the need to raise large finances and large amounts of money. And if I had more time, I'd probably speak towards those economics and how those economics are the current system that we experience today that make up the largest part of as Pan-Africanists would say, in terms of the white supremacist structures that we're inherited and left with. So I think maybe that's probably can be brought in a part two situation. I'm not sure if we had the gentleman here that was in the Urban Nation before that gave us some economics, and I wanted to kind of expand with my knowledge on that as well. So yeah, great room. Hopefully next time I'll be able to be here from the beginning and bring some of that into the global context. And yeah, thanks again for the space and the time and kind of educating people on both sides of the Atlantic and globally in the diaspora about particular events that have happened and history that's happened that we're able to analyze. I'd also just say nothing that I've heard, but just in general, just in terms of hindsight is a brilliant thing, and I often despair sometimes when people talk as if it was so obvious what people could do in various different positions in history. So it's important that we remember that and context and look at the global trade and the global market and everything that people had to contend with. So thanks again, Charles, and I've landed.
So, Charles, we're going to link you up with D. And thanks for that submission. Mr. Ade, over to you, sir. If Ade is not there, we're going to Mr. Salman. Mr. Salman, over to you.
Yeah, thanks for having me on the platform, and yeah, it's been educational. Yeah, I mean the history of slavery is a dark one, and I think as a people, one of the biggest problems we've had as a people is the fact that we are the only group of people on the planet who do not have a chronological order of our history. And it's a good thing that we've started compiling it now. I mean, others have written our history for us and colorized it to suit their narrative. But still, when I say we don't have a history in chronological order, what I mean is, if you look at Chinese people or Arab people or English people, they can tell you their history, even if it's in summary. They can tell you their history from a beginning to an end, like as if it was a story. And I think this is very important because it plays a key part in that sense of identity. But as black people all over the world, we don't have our history like organized like that. We probably did when before the coming. We probably did in the form of oral tradition all over the continent or before the coming of foreign invasion. But this foreign invasion has dislocated, that continuity necessary for an oral tradition to maintain. It's dislocated it for a few generations. And to be honest, I think it's amazing that everything hasn't been lost. All I can say is, we have to carry on doing what we're doing. This is for our self-preservation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Starman, as always. Mr. Ojo, over to you, sir.
Yes, thank you for having me. I just want to add to what Charles just said quickly, because oftentimes we talk about the history of the enslaved Africans, and then how that history led to the dislocation of African traditional African civilizations, but we don't tend to talk about the negative and post externalities on both ends in Africa and in the West of that history in terms of economic terms. How that enslavement of Africans actually generated positive externalities, economic externalities, for Europe. How it moved Europe from basic mercantilism to industrial revolution, and from there to capitalism. Because when you look at production inputs, you have land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship. The Europeans, they got pretty much all for free. I mean, free labor, that's probably one of the largest production inputs, which they got using free African labor for 400 years, and at the same time that actually made Africa poorer and poorer, and then we can see the impact today. So hopefully in the second part we'll have the opportunity to actually expatiate on this in the second part. But I have a quick question for Gonka. Gonka, do you think
Sultan Bello and Alimi, were these people talks, or do you think they mix, or I mean, or were they Africans? Because I know they are Fula, but the reason why I asked that question in the book, The History of Yoruba by Samuel Johnson, he described the Abdus I think he was the king, the emir of Ilorin right after Alimi
Yes,
died. And he said his complexion, it took 4 generations from Sultan Bello to him to have the same complexion as the Negro people around. So to me, that it stands to reason that Sultan Bello was light skinned or probably Caucasian. So I just want to know because I know the great El Kanem of Bono, he was true Arab or Turk or of Turkish
yes,
descent.
yes.
So yeah, so I just want
So
a clarification if you can help me.
be- before
Yes.
I respond to that, Gonka, I think there's some mix up in your question. So what Samuel Johnson was describing um, was Alimi and his sons. That's different from Sultan Bello's lineage, right? So I just wanted to make that clear. And yes, he described Alimi as more white than black, and his sons were black. But Gonka, you can go ahead to give the clarification.
Yes. So Alimi had a Fulani wife that was light skinned, and they had a child called Berry Bekpo. They used to call him Berry Bekpo because if he every time he cut someone's head in battle, he will place it on a pole. That's what Berry Bekpo, Berry something Berry something Ekpo or something like that, Sha. But now what they were doing is that he married a Yoruba woman. And it was that Yoruba woman that bore him Abdusalam and Shita. Shita was his brother. Shita was Abdusalam's brother. So after his death, Abdusalam was the first emir. And then after Abdusalam died, his brother Shita took the throne. So it was part of their way of integrating into the society they want to conquer so that they would look like us. But and we won't see that trouble. And Sultan Bello was the son of Usman Danfodio, direct son. So shortly before he died, there was a succession battle. And Usman Danfodio realized that if he did not fix it before he died, his brother and his son would go into a war, and that might kind of mess up their plans and things. So he divided the empire into two and gave it to Bello, who was his son, and gave another half to his brother. That was why those two capitals existed. But now Bello started to tell the Fulani people to start to marry the locals, and he himself took Muhammadu Yunfa's wife, widow. And Muhammadu Yunfa was he was the king of Gobert when they launched the jihad. And then
Ronka,
he
I'm
married,
sorry, I'm going to cut
yeah.
you short. I don't want to lose this recording, please. Please.
Yes,
And
sorry, yeah.
I know that question is loaded, the answer, right? But please, I just want to go through everybody, give them an opportunity for the roundup so I can get this to an end. And please, I'm not trying to shut you down.
No,
So,
it's fine, it's fine.
so Joe, are you done with your
Yeah.
summary? So I can go to ex-Nigerian.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Now, Mr. Ex-Nigerian, over to you.
Okay, thank you everyone. Thank you, Idi Amin. So I'll just go quickly. So I think I'm learning a lot, and I'll just want in the second part for Bunker to focus more on the because we're looking at the physical, in terms of material, in terms of the slavery cost, right? We are not looking at the resources itself. Like we're just finding out recently, all the bronzes that are being returned, all the artifacts that are being returned. So if there's any information about that too, I want us to add it to the conversation as we go into the part two. Thank you.
Thank you for keeping that as short as possible. And Mr. We take your notes, and when we prepare, we're going to have that in perspective. So, Mr. Balogun, over to you, sir.
All right, thank you very much. It's been a wonderful session. I've been listening to most of the time anyway. And I believe our guest here, and I'm referring to our African American brothers and sisters, I've also been able to understand our perspective in terms of slavery during this era, and I would love us to have more of this moving forward so that we can all understand ourselves better. And for those of us in the audience, I will also appreciate and thank everyone for taking out time to be here. In as much as it's easy to talk, difficult to talk, it is much more difficult to sit and listen and learn. Learning is also a very difficult task. So yes, I appreciate everyone for taking out time to be here to learn, unlearn and relearn. That's what we do. And this is Yoruba Nation. If you're not following the room, please click on the green icon and do that. You can also look at the moderators up there if you resonate with any of them. Do so by, following them so that when they have great and exciting topics like this, you will be able to get notifications. So once again, thank you for everyone on stage as well. I appreciate everyone. Thank you very much. Udu Agbiwa.
Thank you so much. And I also want to announce that the copyright, absolute right to every information here is owned by the Yoruba Nation. Not even Clubhouse is permitted to reproduce any part of this conversation without our approval. So over to you, Dr. Goddess.
Thank you so much. And to echo his words, I have been listening and learning. I don't take a side on, whether or not you all should secede or maintain yourselves as one Nigeria. I just listen and learn. I think this conversation has been extremely valuable. We definitely need to do more. And I wanted to tell you that one, my birthday is in October. I'm a Libra, so I very much represent the goddess Ma'at and the scales, and so that matters. And then also, when I was in Senegal, people kept telling me that I looked like a Fulani, and now I get it. Like I didn't really understand. Because they were describing me as light skinned, and I'm not light skinned in the United States, but I do understand how I read as light skinned in Senegal. So I get it, but it was very interesting. And I was attracted to the Fulani story because I know that they are nomads and I was a traveler. So I just thought that was interesting. So you all have to deal with this level of Pan Africanism, whether you want it or not. The other thing is that my godmothers are all Yoruba. And so this is another version where, here I am in Senegal being read as Fulani, but my godmothers are Yoruba. So I know you all didn't know that, but it's important to grasp. And then finally, with regard to the honoring of the water, and because we shared the song, I have this song that I want to play. It's actually pretty short, and it's called Wade in the Water. And I want everybody to be real clear that this came out of the Christian tradition, but this is definitely an aspect of tricksterism because these songs became notices to get on the Underground Railroad or to run away or to gather. So they always had double meaning. So here we go. This is Wade in the Water. Wade in the water. Wade in the water, children. Wade in the water. Gods are gonna trouble the water. See that band all dressed in white. Gods are gonna trouble the water. The leader looks like the Israelite. Gods are gonna trouble the water. Ooh, wade in the water. Oh, wade in the water, children, wade in the water. Gods are gonna trouble the water. Oh, see that band all dressed in red. Gods are gonna trouble the water. Ooh, it looks like the band that Moses led. Gods are gonna trouble the water. Oh, whoa, whoa, wade in the water. Oh, wade in the water, children, wade in the water. trouble. Yes, he will. The water. Oh, oh, ooh, oh, God is gonna trouble. God's gonna trouble the water. There's healing in the water. Yeah. The water. Deliverance in the water. God's gonna trouble the water. My God is gonna trouble. Gonna trouble the water. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Goddess. It's really, really good to know you're a Fulani. So next time we'll not be fighting.
Hey, we see.
She didn't say she was a Fulani. Oh, hey,
Hey.
wahala.
Oh, no, I'm just kidding. You know that, right? So, Mr. White Lion, over to you. Please keep it short.
No, like I don't really have much to say other than to commend everyone who has, most especially Bonka, of course, as usual, with your the deep ladle into the soup of history. And everyone who has contributed in one way or the other, and of course, all our listeners down there in the stage. Listening is not as easy as it as many might think it is. Like it's really not easy to actually stay put and listen. Actually, it takes a lot. So once again, thank you to everyone who has contributed towards making today's session a success. And I am very much looking forward to, like Bonka said earlier, part 2, 3, and and more. Thank you very much. I yield.
Thank you so much. I think I'm going to skip Bonka, and I'm doing that because I want us to have a civil after this. I'm just kidding. Mr. Lukoti, over to you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you to our guest. Before I make my submission, I would like all of us to understand that this is not a competition between us and Africans in the diaspora on who's suffering and whose pain is more. No, this is just a conversation to paint perspectives of what the reality of the situation was. Because, you know, me thinking about it, I can see how easily it could be misconstrued as us trying to say, oh, but we also suffered too. No, it's not that. I mean, personally, I don't think anything can be compared to the reality of the sufferings of our brothers and sisters across the Atlantic. This is merely to put everything in perspective to explain how things led up to how things manifested on the other side of the Atlantic. That being said, this is a conversation that we need to keep having, many more like this. The more we converse with each other and understand with each other, the more we can empathize with each other. And the easier it becomes for us to come together for the greater collective good of all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Olukotu. And so, guys, for part 2, we're going to also do some economic analysis just to give you a little hint. So, Ocean Brace, I will let you take the mic now. Please keep it short. And
Yeah, thank you, Jibaba. Thank you to Mr. Olukotu, White Lion. Thank you, Mr. Otumba. Thank you, Bonka. Thank you, Dr. Goddess. And I want to thank everyone in the audience as well as on the stage for the contributions. I think something that stuck out to me was the need for more conversations on the similarities in the experiences of Black Americans during the slavery period and the experiences of Black Africans on the continent and the similarities and parallels in those experiences, because some of the examples that Dr. Goddess gave in terms of when we spoke about language and learning and how literacy was prevented and how they were able to maneuver those situations and how we also had similar experiences. I realized that we have a lot more in common than we think, and we need to highlight those um, similarities more, much more so. So thank you so much for a great experience, for a great room. I look forward to the second part, and I'm gonna go ahead and mute myself now.
so I saw Lelaski came in a little late. I will give you a minute, please.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Jibago. Thank you everyone for the education that you guys are giving to us. Um, the story that you guys shared today, it really cut really close to me because a lot of the places that are in the book, they are not just a place in the book for me because a lot of those places I lived there at some point in my life, or I traveled through those places. I have family in those places, and I still experience some of the things that are said in the book in real life, and the problem of our people and the struggle of our people in that area, even in this generation. Because my grandfather actually settled in a small town called Bede, which is in between Ilorin and Ogbomosho. And I really did enjoy everything, and I hope we continue to share more light on everything that we need to know, because it's really very important for us to understand that this trouble that we're going through right now didn't just start yesterday. It's been around for a while, and once we have the education and we know what to do and what to prevent in the future. So thank you guys, and I appreciate everyone.
Hello, guys. The part two will be coming up on Saturday by 11 o'clock. Please follow this room, follow the moderators. And we're going to go a little bit spiritual again, just to end up with, honoring our ancestors. And I like that Dr. Goddess brought in the American perspective of the eulogy of the ancestors, even though it's been synchronized. So I'm calling on Iya Olode to give us a 2-minute concluding eulogy to our ancestors before we round up this room.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity you've given me to speak again. Thank you for everybody for actually being here. It's not been easy. We're going to make prayers onto our ancestors again. So you could just let your head be bowed, and I'm going to go in Yoruba because this is Yoruba Nation. No apologies to people who don't understand Yoruba, or let's say apologies anyway. Okay. Olodumare Ibare o, Iba Koda, Iba Sheda. Olúbíkí ìbà, ọ̀sán ìbíkí ìbà, àjàgùnmàlẹ̀ àjúbà yín o. Ọ̀rúnmìlà bára àgbọnmìrègún bára pẹ́tù bára pẹ́fẹ̀. Ilẹ̀ ní àtẹ̀pẹ́ táwọn èèyàn ń pè ní alápòrìkà, táwa mọ̀ sí alápòrè, ìbà rẹ o. Ìbà olúwo méje, ojúgbọ̀nà mẹ́fà. Ìbà bàbá bàbá, ìbà yèyé yèyé, ìbà ìṣẹ̀ṣe, ìbà rúmọlẹ̀, ìbà àwọn bàbá wa tó ti lọ, ìbà àwọn yèyé wa tó ti lọ, ìbà àwọn tó kọ́kọ́ kọ́ ilẹ̀ wa, ìbà àwọn tó kọ́kọ́ ro àdá ilẹ̀ wa, ìbà àwọn tó kọ́kọ́ kọ́lé, ìbà àwọn tó kọ́kọ́ rin ilẹ̀, ìbà gbogbo àwọn baba bàbá wa, ìbà yín lónìí o. Ìbà gbogbo àwọn bàbá wa tó ti lọ, ìbà gbogbo àwọn bàbá wa tó wà lọ́gbà ẹ̀rọ, ìbà àwọn bàbá wa tó wà láyé, ìbà gbogbo àwọn tó yìí máa wá, ìbà àwọn aṣáájú, ìbà àwọn ẹ̀yìn, ìbà àwọn àárín, ìbà gbogbo yín o. Olódùmarè, a dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín lórí gbogbo àwọn bàbá wa, ìyá wa tí wọ́n wà, tí wọ́n ti ń wà látọjọ́ tó ti pẹ́, tí wọ́n ti wá di irúnmọlẹ̀ lénìí, tó ti di òrìṣà, tí wọ́n wá ń ṣọ́ wa, tí a mọ̀ sí eégúngún, ìyẹn ẹ̀mí àwọn bàbá wa. A dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín lórí wọn. A dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín lórí àwa ọmọ tí wọ́n fi sílẹ̀. A dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín pé ilé tí wọ́n fi sílẹ̀ kò bàjẹ́, ọ̀dọ̀ tí wọ́n fi sílẹ̀ kò sọnù. A dúpẹ́ pé a lè máa ṣèrántí wọn. Olódùmarè, ṣe ọ̀run ní ọgbà ẹ̀rọ̀ fún wọn o. Ẹ má yẹ kán rí wàhálà, ẹ má yẹ ká rí dààmú o. Ẹ̀yin bàbá wa, ẹ̀yin ìyá wa, ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ ti lọ, ẹ̀yin bàbá wa tó ti lọ, ẹ̀yin yálálálálá wa tó ti lọ. A wá gbàdúrà lónìí pé kẹ́ ẹ má fi wá sílẹ̀ o, kẹ́ ẹ máa wà pẹ̀lú wa. Tá bá ti ní kó máa dún, kó máa dún. Tá bá ti ní kó máa ṣí, kó máa ṣí fún wa. Tá bá ti ní kó máa tì, kó máa tì fún wa. Gbogbo ohun tá bá ti ń béèrè, ó máa yọrí sí rere. Tá bá ti ní kó wá, kó wá. Ilẹ̀ Yorùbá tó jẹ́ ilẹ̀ wa, ẹ má tẹ́ ẹ fi lẹ̀, tẹ́yìn tẹ́pẹ́ ẹ ti ru ọkọ́ ẹ̀, tẹ́ ti ru àdá ẹ̀, tẹ́ ti pèsè bẹ̀, tẹ́ ti jókòó síbẹ̀, tẹ́ ti tẹ̀dó síbẹ̀. Ẹ má ṣe jẹ́ kó bàjẹ́ o, ẹ má ṣe jẹ́ kó dàrú o. Ilẹ̀ Oòduà ò ní bàjẹ́ o, ilẹ̀ Oòduà ò ní dàrú o. Gbogbo ládéládé ẹ máa kọ́ wọn bí wọ́n ṣe máa dádé. Odùduwà bàbá wa, Ọ̀rànyàn bàbá wa, Ṣàngó bàbá wa, gbogbo yín la pè lónìí o. Odùduwà Ọ̀ọ̀ni àkọ́kọ́, ọba Lùfọ̀n, a pè gbogbo yín lénìí. A ní pé gbogbo ẹ̀yin gbárùmọ̀lẹ̀, kẹ́ wá kọ́ wa mọ̀ ọ́ ṣe o. Kẹ́ má ṣe jẹ́ kí ilẹ̀ Yorùbá kó dàrú, kí ilẹ̀ Yorùbá kó má ṣe bàjẹ́. Àwọn bàbá wa tí wọ́n kó lẹ́rú náà, ẹ jẹ́ kán sinmi o. Ẹ má ṣe jẹ́ kán rí wàhálà o níbi tí wọ́n wà ní ọ̀hún. Kí àjíǹde kó jẹ́ ti tàwa náà, ká má ṣe rí wàhálà. Káwọn Fúlàní kó má ṣe kó wa lẹ́rú o, káwọn amúnisìn kó má ṣe mú wa sí o. Ilẹ̀ Yorùbá kó jẹ́ ilẹ̀ òmìnira, ilẹ̀ Yorùbá kó jẹ́ ilẹ̀ tó kún fún wàrà àti oyin. I pray also for everybody here who doesn't understand Yoruba, that the Olodumare will be with every one of us, and our various land will be peaceful. We pray for the peace in the whole world. We pray that our lands will be peaceful and there will be no more war. Our lands will flow with milk and honey. Through our Father Orumila, we pray. Ashe.
Sure, wow.
Thank you so much, Yaolode. And somebody just told me that there's too much.
Ashe. Oh.
That's good, Dr. Goddess. Somebody in my house just told me that there's too much war going on in the world, and I should avoid one with Bonka. So I should give Bonka a chance to conclude. So Bonka, over to you.
No, let's continue Bunka's fight too.
Bonka, over to you, sir. Concluding statement. 3, 2, 1. Okay, it looks like Bonka went to take a dump.
No,
Anyway.
I'm here. I'm here, but it's fine. That's me. I've been talking all day. My mouth aches.
I just last year. So Otumba, over to you for a concluding statement before, and while you conclude, if you can get the anthem ready. And for everybody that has come in today, on behalf of the Yoruba Nation, welcome on board, and thanks for listening and getting along with us. Spirituality is actually part of our history and tradition, and that's what you have seen displayed here. What we have done here in this session today is very classical. It represents every fabric of our history, our spirituality, and we are doing this along with our American brothers. And we invite those of you in the Caribbean, in the UK, all of you next session, please join us. We promise you it's going to be very, very impactful as well. So Otumba, over to you, sir.
All right. Thank you so much, my brother Idiami, Olukotun, Mr. Bonka, White Lion, Dr. Ocean, everyone in the on the stage and the people in the audience. Thank you for being part of today's session. Stories from our dark past. It has been made well apparent that um, we were all victims, and in so many ways, we are all still victims. Like Olukotun said, we're not trying to compare the pains, and we cannot do that. Um, but the experiences afterwards were and are still different. Invariably, it is the experience or the experiences that we have that is going to formulate our worldviews. As we continue to engage with our brothers and sisters from the diaspora, we hope that we are going to continue to learn from them about their pains, about their stories, about their struggles. And we also hope that they will do the same to continue to learn from us our pains, our struggles, and our current realities, so that they would understand that in our own reality, it is the instruments of colonialism, instruments like the artificial borders, instruments like policies that are keeping us down. And when we say that we deserve to be autonomous, to be independent, to be uh, off the hook of the colonialists, that they would also understand. Again, just because of our time, I'm going to thank everyone else who have contributed. Mr. Bonka, thank you for, uh, as usual, for coming through, and for Mr. White Lion, and for everyone else. Dr. Goddess, thank you for being part of this session today. Jibaba, would you want me to go ahead and play the Yoruba national anthem now?
Balogun, the anthem,
Okay.
please.
All
Go
right.
for
Thank you
it.
so much. Yeah.
Tẹ̀síwájú ọ̀pọ̀ ire àtò tó dára. Ọmọ òye bọ́ sípò ẹ̀tọ́ rẹ̀. Ìwọ ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀.
Oh, do I be well?
Thank you, Mr. Balogun. So I'm going to end this room in 3, 2, 1, and end.